我先放这个了。It's now live 。
That's one. Hello, that's okay. That's one group. 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 Yes, I'm not facing for I'm not facing.
It's like this. I'm not sure whether he got maybe maybe the audio. Let me see. Can you play a
Any audio or
or you
blog?
can play? You
I
can
don't
try
blog that.
try it.
Okay.
It's not for you.
Let me make sure that
Well,
God, are you there? Okay, then fixing the audio system, the audio, see whether it works.
Alex.
Hello, good morning. I tell you what I'm trying to do. I'm using the blog. Watch this app. Hello, blog. Can you say hi again? Someone give me this. What that way? Can I get away from this? What would have been? Come on the right reason. Is it some actual? What like the level of pity? So many carry the law back.
But he will be let me.
Also the whole lot. And then they back.
Okay. Okay, good. I like Alex.
Okay, let's try one more time. Okay, say hi, please. Yes, it is working fine without mic system. Like, make sure mic system is the big challenge. We try and see. setup. Yeah, you're coming. Just hang on.
So that big event coming.
Yeah, please.
All you need is just to come here. Yeah, I need to press. Please have your seat. I'm trying to sort out something on the mobile. Aces. Yeah, I can hear you from my phone, but I can't hear you. This audio system, the headset. Can you set it up on the headphone? Can you say something, please?
Yeah. If not, let's try this out, see if it works. Can you sing a song for me, please? Okay. If you sing one more time. All right, one more time, sing.
How I wonder what you are, but will so bright and in the sky.
So you don't have to worry. Don't bend down. So this one is really get this one is wrong. What you have already is your they can put here, then later when you're done. Then when you pull up, you do like that. Okay, your people is here, people here, you don't have to put on it. Why? I need to do this is the
So far, you never sing that because we can the voice now.
Let me know once you put love to run the accuracy.
Okay, so right. No problem.
Maharaj is supposed to have said is in the permission given. People are not going to. Okay, this is all yours. Yeah, for you only.
Right. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming in early, bright and early right now. We have about 3 minutes to make 9 o'clock. If you need to visit the washroom, pick up a drink, coffee, you can meet now. Please feel free to do so. We start on time at 9 a.m. Thank you. We'll check in soon. Please proceed with that for basically.
I don't. Diversity is key. Oh, no. No, it's okay.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. You so well right now. How is your day today? It can only be good because we are at the fifth installment of the Ergonomics and Hygiene Conference. Yes, it has been 5 more years for those who actually have not joined with us. And for this special occasion, actually, we've got a little surprise for you if you have not already known. And I'll come to that later. Now, before we begin, it is tradition that I'll get all the audiences to stand up and dance, right? For those who are with us. Yeah. Okay, not gonna be doing it this year. Alright, give my brittle bones a little break. Okay, so we're not gonna dance today, but there's still gonna be quite a fair bit of anatomy instructions I'm gonna share. Because things have evolved and we are evolving. So first of all, a very warm welcome to each and every one of this year's conference. The organizers really appreciate the support that everybody has been giving to this conference. And as mentioned earlier, this is the 5th year that we are doing so, and many more years to come. For that, we'd like to acknowledge our supporting organizations. You can find that in the app. If you do not know there's an app, we'll come to that later. So the supporting organizations are not only from within Singapore, we have them from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from overseas as well. So we are very thankful for the continued support on that. We also like to acknowledge our overseas delegates and speakers. They come from afar from Hong Kong, Indonesia, Malaysia, New Zealand, Thailand, and Philippines. So thank you very much, delegates, for those who are coming from afar. Let's give a warm round of applause to them. Next, I'd like to make an announcement that if you do not know, the conference is not about a conference alone. We've actually got an exhibition that's running along. It is taking place in Hall 1 on my left. The exhibition is actually open to the public. If you can, with me, take out your handphones, text your friends and colleagues for them to come around and view the exhibitions. The exhibition is open from 9:30 to 4:30, except lunch hours 12 to 2. Why? Because you're going to have lunch over there. They come there, they have free lunch, then don't pay, they have free lunch, not very right. So, the public is not allowed to enter from 12 to 2 p.m., but all other times it's free for them to enter and view their seats. Next, we have an app. If all of you have your pass, you turn behind with me, turn behind here. Take out your headphone. You can take out your headphone. Scan the QR code. It's a super duper app that we have started from last year and we will continue to do going forward. It's been updated. And what can you see on the app itself? You could actually view the progress of these 2 days. You could actually navigate to know who is speaking, look at the profile of some of them. More importantly, there are 2 things that you need to use the app for. Number 1, when the speakers are presenting something and there's a question over there, and if there's no time for a Q&A at the end of each speaking session, there is a function over there for you to type in the questions and we will find an avenue to actually answer those questions. Secondly, during the panel discussions, you are able to type in your questions in the app and it will be showcased on the screens live, real time. The more people like it, the higher the question will come up and therefore more likely to be answered. So it is a very participatory kind of an app. Engage, interact with it so that we know what are the burning questions that we might have and we can answer them accordingly. Alright, all good? Next thing, you also can view photos. There is a function over there for you to upload photos. You take with your friends and say, I don't want to WhatsApp you or whatever. Load it up to the conference app. We will collate and it's going to be there for people to see and download. Right now from 10 a.m. onwards in the exhibitors hall. Go there, take a photo, there's going to be printouts. The digital copies are also going to be. So you can actually download those digital copies as well. A lot of admin instructions, right? But important, all important. So please make use of the app for all purposes. And if you want to find out what is going on, when other things are happening, our supporting organizations and events and activities are also posted on the app itself. So it gives you further insights of what is happening within this field and within this industry. So it's really an all-encompassing app trying to capture as much as possible. Right, thank you. I feel that the energy in this room is just kind of getting a little down because of all these admin instructions which I can understand. If you could do me a favor, let's stand up on the feet. Let's stand up on the feet. Let's do a little wheel. Let's stand up. Stand up. Stand up. All right. Raise up both your hands. Tiptoe. Take a deep breath in. As you breathe out, stand down. One more time. Let's raise your hand. Tiptoe, breathe in, down. And for the last time, let's do that. Raise your hand, down. Okay, you can sit down. Apparently, this is something that I learned from my wife. You're supposed to get your body and the whole stuff and all. So I must, like all good husbands out, we must put the right declaration and give right credits to you. That's from my wife. All right. It brings me to the next exciting admin instruction. By a show of hands, how many of us have been with the conference from the very first year? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We are 13 individuals over here that have been with us since the first year. Thank you very much for the support. Put the hands together. And in recognition of their support for the conference, the organizing team has actually created pins. And they have very creatively called it the prime pins. Why prime? Anybody want to make a guess? Why prime? Nobody will think so much because the organizer just say, I want to go with prime numbers. So prime numbers will be what? 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. Okay, don't test the math. I'm not very good at it. So yes, so for those who have actually attended the conference 5 years in a row, you will get a 5-year recognition pin. All right? Put your hands together. Not only that, because they have actually attended 3 years as well. 3 years of prime, right? There's also a 3-year pin. They will also be getting a 3-year pin. Correspondingly, a 2-year pin is being created, and therefore there is a 2-year pin. So that is something that we will be giving up as well. So they are going to be collecting a 5-year, 3-year, 2-year pin for attending the conference more than one time. There's also a pin for
1 year, one. This.
And if you look into your goodie bag right now, you can look into your goodie bag right now. For those that have not collected the goodie bag is on my top right hand corner. There will be a pin for 2026 this year. Simplistically speaking, for those who have attended or supported us for the last 5 years, you are getting 4 pins today. 1 in the back, 3 to be collected later. For those who have been with us for the last 3 years, it does not need to be consecutive. As long as you have come for 3 times, you'll be collecting both the 2-year and the 3-year pin. If you are with us for the 2nd year, then you collect the 2 pin and the 1 pin this year. The 2 years, 3 years, and 5 years pin will be collected outside at the reception table at your own leisure. So do it anytime between today and tomorrow. There will be some admin hiccups to be acknowledged and we first raise it up that probably we may not have captured the details as accurately as what we want to. If so, you say that, hey, I attended 5 years, but how come you never give me 5 years one? Then let us know, the organizers will check through and we will respond accordingly. Is that alright? Okay, don't go out there and shout and scream, hey, not fair here, I don't have. You want this come to me, I study for $100. Okay, there's quite a fair bit of things to go through. And with that, actually, is the end of all my instruction. I purposely kept it low-key, simple, boring, because the person after me is a lot more exciting than me. He is definitely a lot more handsome than me. Nickname Mr. Handsome. And I think the person coming up needs no further introduction. With that, I shall invite Mr. Amarali, sir, please come to the stage.
For the big crowd here, I want to take a short video. So the video was leading. Okay, the video was good morning, everybody. Mr. Zephyr Chan, Chairman of the Organizing Committee. I'm not sure whether Mr. Ong Pak Chun is here. He is President of the National Safety Council of Singapore, of which I think Zephyr is also the Deputy President. And I would also like to acknowledge Mr. Fong Sek Kong, who is the Deputy President of the National Safety Council of Singapore. It definitely gives me great pleasure to join you all at this conference. And let me do my duty first to convey my heartfelt thanks to Zephyr for inviting me to deliver this opening address, as I have done for each year for the past 5 years. So I'm very proud to be wearing this badge, 5 years of coming to this event. And congratulations on your 5th anniversary. It's wonderful to see this conference growing from strength to strength. I'm told that today we have a record of 300 participants attending. And let me also, on behalf of the organizations, extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you, in particular those my fellow speakers and those of you who have come from overseas. Now, many years ago, when I was with the Ministry of Manpower, I received a call. The person at the other end was frantic. She said, "Mr. Amirali, please help me. This is a matter of life and death." So I was a bit concerned. I said, "What happened?" "Oh, my maid ran away. And can you help expedite to get a new maid for me?" So I just felt that, is this really life and death? Your maid ran away, life and death. However, upon thinking about it, the people in this room felt over the experience, we are dealing with matters of life and death. Because safety is about life and death. It's about preventing accidents, preventing fatalities, preventing people from being crippled. Not only that, but preventing heartache to the family members of those who have been victims of accidents and diseases. So that's why we are gathered here today. And that's why I am full of respect and admiration for each and every one of you in this room for having chosen the profession of safety and health in your field, not only in workplace. So I have personally witnessed how workplace accidents can destroy lives and devastate families. And our responsibility is therefore very clear. We must do everything within our power to prevent such tragedy. Now, new technologies can bring tremendous opportunities, but they can also bring new risks. So we must constantly remain alert and ensure that appropriate safeguards are in place. Now, today's theme, from innovation to impact, advancing workplace health with AI and human-centered design is therefore more timely. I have actually prepared a lot of unnecessary talk about AI, but this is a subject that is on everybody's lips. However, I acknowledge that after After me, there will be speakers who are more experienced, more knowledgeable, and more expertise in AI than I am. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to forget about my notes, put it here, and just speak on something which I made some notes, 3 points on my phone on the way here. So I'm not going to read to you about AI, and there's enough information out there. So I just want to make 2 or 3 points. One is, what is safety about? Firstly, safety is about trust. Security is about trust. When you walk a plane, your life is no more in your hand, correct? You know, it's on the hands of the pilot. If the pilot decides to kamikaze, you're gone. You just have to trust the pilot that he will land you safely on the other side. And of course, not only just the pilot, but the whole system of what makes an airplane reaches from point A to point B. So it's not in your control. You have to trust. But when it comes to workplace, the workers don't know. They are just coming to work. They don't know the dangers of the workplace. They have to trust the management. They have to trust the experts in the workplace to look after their health, safety, and well-being. It's still about trust. And when there is an accident in the workplace, someone gets killed, or someone gets injured, or someone gets a disease, trust has been broken. Trust has been betrayed. Because every accident, there's a cause for it, and there's a reason for it, and it could have been prevented with proper cautionary measures, protective measures that have been put in place. So trust is everything. And the second part, that point that I want to use about sincerity, which is linked to trust also. There was a time when I was with the Ministry of Manpower. I was asked to visit a factory that was having a safety campaign with the banner. Safety is whatever it is. Safety is good for business, whatever slogan. So the company driver picked me up to give this opening ceremony talk. And on the way, I asked the driver, who is also an employee, how is safety in your factory? And he answered, "Sir, can I be frank with you?" I said, "Sure." He said, "I don't feel it. I don't feel it. I don't feel the commitment of the management to the safety and health of the workers." Then I realized that safety is a feeling. Don't you agree? Safety is a feeling. In Singapore, ladies, you can walk 2 a.m. in the streets going home. You feel safe, right? So it's a feeling. So the fact that the driver said that he did not feel it, I already was apprehensive about the commitment of that management. And when I reached there, I saw the slogans and everything. And I asked a few workers, "Do you know there's a slogan today, safety, whatever it is, they can't remember." So it's just lip service, which we should not do it. And I also remember going to the washroom, and I found that the washroom was very filthy and unhygienic. I was a bit taken aback, and I told the manager, "The washroom, can you do better?" He said, No, don't worry about that. Washroom is not part of the factory. It's nothing to do with safety and health. So you see, it's mindset. The washroom is part of the safety. Hygiene is part of the safety. And there's no point having one volume to show you that how committed you are to safety, but you don't practice it. That's why the second point is about sincerity. The third point is about belief. Of course, it's linked to the other two. But I'm reminded of my visit to the shipyard many years ago. And I spoke to the managing director. I was a young safety officer at that point in time. And I had made an inspection of the shipyard, and I was telling him that there are all these hazards that I spotted, and he has to do, given him notice of non-compliance and how he has to rectify all this. But he was not very happy. He told me, Mr. Amirali, in a shipyard such as this, so big, there's so many activities, probably working in confined spaces, working in high hot work going on here and there. So in such a situation, Mr. Amirali, you have to understand hazards will be there, and accidents will always happen. Yes. You know, the accidents, let me rephrase his exact words. Accidents are bound to happen. So when I are bound to happen. So when I came back, I discussed with my and we both felt that why accidents continue to happen, because the belief system is that we all believe accidents are bound to happen. If you believe that accidents are bound to happen, they will happen. All right, because it is the results are governed by your belief. So now there is talk about zero accidents in the workplace. Zero vision. Vision zero. Zero vision or vision zero? Vision zero. Zero vision is vision zero. Vision zero is you must have the vision that there can be zero accidents. Why not? And believe me, if the belief comes first that there can be zero accidents, the results will follow. It may be an aspiration, but we have to keep on believing that every accident can be prevented. If it can be prevented in this 10 square feet of space, so there is no such thing as happen. And I also, we should not be, maybe everyone not so happy with it, we should not be talking about 1 less than 1%, because you are giving a license to industry to have this many accidents. I cannot subscribe to that. We should not celebrate any targets, because every accident that happens, and I'm sure you will agree, is one too many. So, if you don't believe me, ask the victims if they are still alive, or ask their family members if the victim suffered of the family. That is the importance of safety and health. That is the importance of our work. So, excuse me if I don't talk about artificial intelligence and all that. Actually, quite a lot of notes came out, because I use, to tell you the truth, I use ChatGPT, I use AI, and nowadays you can just produce even a PhD thesis. Am I right, sir? So don't abuse it. It's just there to guide you, but you still have to use your faculties. And the other point, and I'm going to end soon, is that safety is about looking out. Cannot just depend on the management, but everybody has a role to play. And safety, believe me, is not just the responsibility of the safety officer. Safety is everybody's responsibility. And we all must have look after yourself, as well as you look after your other workers. If you see them committing some unsafe act, you stop them. carry safety as a value, you will carry this value everywhere you go. You know, everywhere you go, you carry it as a value, not just in the workplace, but if you see someone committing an unsafe act, say something. In other countries, they actually say something, even though they don't have the authority. Singapore a bit difficult because people tend to be defensive. I did stop a lady one day. She was carrying a child, and she was with me, waiting. The traffic light was red, so we were both waiting. I will never cross the traffic light is red, even though there's no more car in the other end. I will not scoot through. Right? It's already a value in me. But this lady carried a child, a car was coming, and she was making a calculation in her head that camera took the child and ran across the road before the car came. The car almost came. So I went, told her, "Ma'am, you carried a child, you know, anything could have happened." I'm not sure how appreciative she was, but I had to do my duty. And I probably a bit embarrassed. She was a bit, I won't do it again. But we do it. We may suffer a bit of abuse, but do it until a time comes when it becomes a culture. So when we are talking about culture, it's not just in the workplace, it has to be throughout the community. So I, as an honorary president of National Safety and Health Council, we have our work. We have to keep on doing our work. And which is my final point, and that is that in safety, there is no finishing line. There is no end. Oh, there's no arrival. We have arrived. Everyone is safe. New hazards will come in, and new attitudes will come in, and therefore, it's, instead of talking about AI and innovations and progress, I thought that I would remind ourselves of the 4 or 5 fundamental points about safety. Now, let me just go cut all this and go right to the back. So, it's our safety culture, and a strong safety culture begins with the simple belief that what I say. Every person who comes to work has the right to return in good health. Ladies and gentlemen, AI may be extraordinarily intelligent, but intelligence alone does not create a safe workplace. Let us use AI, but never surrender human judgment. And as technology becomes increasingly powerful, let us ensure that one principle remains unchanged. People must always comfort. With these thoughts, I wish you a stimulating and productive conference, and more importantly, ideas that will move us truly from innovation to impact. Thank you once again, all of you, for coming here. And thank you, and I wish you all a safe and pleasant day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we have prepared a level spoken of this solution.
Okay, ready please. 1, 2.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
after such an inspiring speech from Mr. Amirali, I always think that the rest of the speakers actually have quite a hard act to follow. How do you even follow up on that inspiring speech? And before we carry on, I think it's really due to complacency that I actually even forgot to introduce myself. I've been doing it so many years already, right? You're seeing me quite a few times already, right? Sorry, for those who are seeing me for the first time, hi, my name is Vernon. I'm going to be the MC for this 2 days. I apologize for messing this up totally, so you don't hack that speech. So I'm going to be the MC. Okay? Right, the time is running a little behind, but no worries, I'm sure we will find time to catch up. Let me introduce the next keynote speaker. She comes from the National University of Singapore. The topic is going to be on occupational health in transition, technology, work, and emerging risk. Put your hands together to welcome Dr. Miranda.
Hi, everybody. Thanks very much. I have to say, Mr. Emery, this is a tough act to follow. It was a really insightful and wonderful speech, and I think it was really very appropriate to some of the things that I've seen in the use of technology at work. So, as Vernon said, I'm at the National University of Singapore. I'm at the Sussex School of Public Health. So my background is actually in environmental health. And I moved into the occupational space over time. I only this year just moved to Singapore. I got tired of being really cold and stuff. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about what occupational health is looking like today. And since the theme of this conference is really around technology, I'm going to talk a little bit about what the research does and doesn't say, and perhaps how the occupational health research world is changing, or perhaps needs to change for us to be able to research and understand a bit more of the risks that we face today. So we have a very rapidly changing world of work, as has been said before, and if we look at the history of industrial revolutions, compared to when we first started industrializing, where they had the steam power and really moving more towards mechanization, we had quite a long gap between one stage and another. So we're looking at decades, centuries. But in the last, I would say, since the 1970s, with computerization, that change has been rapidly accelerating. And so if you think about ChatGPT that only came out a few years ago, even from its introduction to now, I think the way we interact with finding information has really changed. So we used to Google things, we don't really do that anymore. Now Gemini gives you an answer, right? So there's a lot of change, and I think it's going to keep accelerating. And what does that mean for us as workers? So I want to talk a little bit about what occupational health research has really been like. So from a public health perspective, at least, a lot of the work that I've been familiar with is in the work of epidemiology. So this is really looking at observing how humans develop disease over time. So the traditional model for occupational health research is we really look at one hazard and then we look at specific diseases. So we really talk about occupational diseases. So some of you will be very familiar with these, silicosis, asbestos. Those are still things that we have today, perhaps less so than before, specific occupational cancers. So we're really focused on looking at physical, particulate, chemical, biological exposures and understanding their role in causing occupational disease. So it's very focused on the workplace. But today, I think the workplace is very different. Before, there was this idea that people tended to, the assumption was always that people tended to stay in one industry and have a certain job, and that's how we assess their exposure over time. But today, very few people will be in the same industry for and there were a few people in the news that were saying, oh, here, but that's increasingly rare, and people will change jobs. They may change industries quite frequently. And there are jobs today that I didn't even know would exist 10 years ago, for example. at a different work model, something that is a bit less stable. We look at different priorities, we're looking at a different geopolitical, social world. We also have new technologies that impact not just work, but also how we do research. So we have the capacity to generate a lot of data, how we use it and how we look at it. Whether we caught up with that, I would say experience in the epidemiology world. I'm not sure we have yet been able to successfully manage all this data. But that means that the paradigm of what occupational health research looks like changes. And also the risks are changing, so the exposures and diseases that I talked about before, they haven't gone away, but perhaps they've been shifted, for example, to other countries, and I think we are looking much more things like mental health and musculoskeletal disorders as being some of the top occupational health risks now. So I'm going to touch on 3 themes today. One is technological change and what we know about it, as well as then something which comes along with the modern workplace is the changing work along the life course. So we have changing demographics as well. And then finally, where I think we need to go and where I think that people are really looking at a more holistic approach to work health. So automation, digitalization, AI, all of these things and sensing, we have lots of possibilities now. We have driverless taxis, so that was something I went to San Francisco last year, and that was the first time I actually seen driverless taxis. And it was kind of a strange feeling. I remember getting to a crosswalk and thinking, is this car going to stop for me? Because there wasn't a driver. So this is something that's interesting. It's how you trust the technology, which is Emily spoke about early on. We have drones, we have robots and cobots, and all these things have many benefits. In fact, I think drones, for example, can enable us to do things that put workers less at risk. So we can do, for example, assessments of height. There are things where perhaps you don't need to have lone workers anymore. So there are a lot of benefits, I think, that we can have to technology. And you'll note that I've been very good about citing that I use AI in this talk to generate a lot of these images, some of them, and what I think is really interesting is probably most of us use AI in some way or another. And there are both benefits and negative consequences. So I'm going to talk a little bit about these today.
That's technology.
Yes, so that's technology. Maybe I should just shout it out. So the other aspect. So this makes it also easier for me to see the slides. So the other thing that is quite of concern, and there's now this ILO convention on algorithmic management. So this is not just having automated tax systems and things like that, but actually machines managing people. So this is kind of an interesting thing. And one thing I want to say is I notice a lot of the research tends to be negative, but these are in a way agnostic. So they don't try to be good or bad, and I think really we need to think about more. So what research is there? Technologies in workplace health. Not a lot. Now, the Lawrence Register Foundation, they did a review, a scoping review, and they found that, and I think these are things that perhaps are not strange to us, but some cross-cutting occupational safety and health impacts and risks tend to be around psychosocial risks, privacy risks, so a lot of concern about where's my data going, who's seeing my data, and then complacency, so overly reliance on technology. So they technologies, and they actually found quite limited things like cobots and robots algorithmic management, though it is something that I think is quite interesting or popular in the research world right now. There's somewhat limited data on this. Now, I have to say that what I'm finding is a lot more qualitative work out there, which isn't a bad thing, but a lot of prioritizing quantitative information, and so there is a lack of information around that. Wearables, which is something that I've worked in for a while, the use of wearables in research, and also translating them into use in the workplace. There's actually little empirical evidence for whether it actually works or helps some outcomes out there. There is more information around smartphone apps, and this is something that there's been quite a bit of research around sort of digital nudges, and so generally speaking, the results can be a little bit mixed, but for augmented reality, virtual reality, overall, it is considered quite well supported for occupational safety and health training, particularly in construction and fire safety. These are the applications we're seeing in most research. So there's actually not a lot of information out there, and some of it might be just a function of where the research funding comes from. And I would say in terms of traditional research funding, probably there's less in the occupational health world. There is some evidence around the use of safety technologies, primarily from case studies, and this is what I have seen more organizations, nonprofits, professional organizations, they have gathered more information around these. So the information is out there, but not necessarily in the research literature. But this is a research study done in Ohio in the US, and it was looking at the workers' compensation safety intervention grant program. So companies, even primarily small, medium enterprises, were given a grant to take on safety technologies. And what they found was overall, there was some evidence that certain types of automation did actually reduce ergonomic risks. And overall, the companies claimed that 76% claimed productivity gains, but actually maybe about half of the workers were sort of accepting of the technology. So in a way, I think this is where companies are really looking to, well, the question of return on investment is something we don't really know a lot about, and I think perhaps this is more internal to industries rather than out there in the public realm. Algorithmic management, as I mentioned before, I think it is agnostic, though we tend to think of it in a negative way, but positives it's meant to help efficiency and reduce costs. It's also meant to enable more flexibility and autonomy in work, and in some ways, if done correct, it can potentially improve well-being. It just depends on how it's used. And it has the potential to manage work such that it could avoid safety hazards. And interestingly, there are some reports that it can have a perception of fairness because it is not done by yourself. It's a machine. However, that also means that we have more lack of clarity in how these decisions are made and a lack of accountability again because it is not human making these decisions. And there's been a lot of talk around hidden biases. So when I was in the UK, there's a lot of talk around, for example, facial recognition and racial biases around that. So these are things that it's data driven, and actually something that's data driven is only as good as the data that's given. And this is something that I found quite a lot in my workings with data scientists. They're very much with the data that says it all, and then sometimes they say, well, does that make sense? And sometimes there are other methods to use. So I think we have to, again, not overly rely on data being better, more data being better. And again, it's another always on form of control, which a lot of mobile technologies have some of the risks that's coming out. And there is something else which I think we need to remember is that technology, if you're managed by a machine, does that take away that human aspect of the workplace? Platform work is kind of a subset of that, and I think this is now becoming recognized as being, I think years ago there was this question about protections for platform workers, and this is something that's quite important. ILO is now convention on this, and also I know, for example, Day1 has now started collecting data on platform workers. So there are some reports that they are more at risk for things like musculoskeletal pain and injury, stress or sleep, sleeping, physical violence as an example. So this is an area which is quite new in terms of health risks and as an industry. So this is something that people see more work in going forward. And then I wanted to touch on this study, which I thought it's one of the few studies I saw that actually was like a population level survey. So this was about 15,000 workers in Taiwan 10 years ago. But the findings, and apologies, there's sort of a bit of research speak there, but essentially jobs with low automation capability compared with jobs with low automation capability. So those for which there's a high probability that you could add in automation or perhaps even replace a job with automation. There's actually a higher risk of workplace-related injury or disease. And obviously this is also predicted by age, demands of the job, long working hours, and job insecurity. So what does this say? Well, that's kind of logically you might say, because obviously these are jobs where they may be more dangerous, and automation is potentially a good thing for us to be able to help the workers, as with the earlier studies that have less injury or disease. However, there is also the risk that the workers may then be out of a job, they may not have the skills to work with the automation. I think this is something that we have to be quite cognizant of as a potential risk if not done correctly. And I thought this was also interesting. So the opposite was true for those with jobs with a high automation probability. There was less risk of burnout. Similarly, there are individual factors that play into this. Something that came out was that female gender was actually also a predictor for risk of burnout. And this is something that brings me to my next point. We have a diverse workforce and is becoming more diverse, and this is something that I think is important for occupational health and safety world. So we live longer, we're healthier for longer, and actually the share of the labor force who are older, 55 and above, is growing. So now it's about a quarter of the labor force compared to about 16% 10 years prior to this. So this will change by age. So interestingly, younger workers, this is a survey from at work, and perhaps this is because they may feel rushed or overworked, and we hear Gen Z becoming, having more, feeling more stressed, not being willing to sort of sit down as much, and also it's just they have a different mentality of work. So now we have multiple generations. They're older workers, people now, it's not uncommon to work past 65, well into their 70s or more, but they also have risk factors, and they're more at risk of absenteeism as well as early exit from the workforce. And so this is something that we do need to address. There are different factors between men and women as well as age, and so I think this is something we need to think about for a more inclusive workplace. So finally, well not finally, but what we really want to look at is incorporating, so to deal with some of the diversity we have, it isn't just about making the work, getting the right PPE, for example. So PPE is an example where it was really made for men of a certain size, and now we have more women in the workforce, we people of different sizes, and so there's a recognition we need more diversity there. But also, because our work is such a big part of our lives, and also the things we experience outside of work affect our work, there's more of a need to look across the life course, but also at work within life. So a more holistic approach to work. So this last section, I just want to bring out that this is a review that was done on, and I think you may not be able to read this, but it was looking at occupational disease risks and exposures. And so very traditionally, respiratory disease and cancer were things that we about. And we know, as you the reds areas where we have good evidence, yellows, limited evidence. But I think more and more things like neurodegenerative disease, cardiovascular disease, these are things which are both lifestyle diseases, but also things that there's an increasing recognition that work is potentially an important influence. And we don't have as much information on that going forward. This is probably where we need to look a bit more holistically amongst lifestyle to disease. So we need to take more holistic. We often talk of the exosome, which is cumulative exposures that we experience across life, but this means social, occupational, and environmental exposures. So where do I think OH research, occupational health research needs to go? We need to include more of these digital systems, management technologies, work organization. And work organization is a big thing. So it's about work culture, it's about how people are managed. And one of the things I read, for example, is line manager training. Line managers have a huge influence on people's sort of mental health at work. Also, for example, people's trust and willingness to speak about perhaps adjustments that they may need at work. So I think there is a need for us to look more organizationally in terms of occupational health. In terms of exposure, so we can think about the traditional exposures, chemical, particulate exposures, those types of things. But we need to think of them much more outside of work as well. So we did when I was before I left the UK. And we asked, it was an occupational health study, but we asked the participants to wear sampling equipment throughout their entire work week, not just at work. And what we found was actually a lot of exposures were higher outside of work than at work. So these were people who were primarily managerial staff, also a lot of nurses in the group as well. So I think that's kind of saying that now, luckily we have relatively low exposures for a lot of industries, and so we need to start thinking a little bit more outside of that. Design, I think this is something we need to do a lot more of, is to research design, how to design healthy workplaces. And to look more towards solutions. So I actually think it's difficult to do the type of observational study we've been relying on for diseases like asbestosis, mesothelioma, all the traditional occupational health diseases. We really need to look more proactively and to that understanding, I think, needs to pace with the changes that we have at work. So we need to be able to incorporate both the old hazards, because they haven't gone away really, but we also need to be able to account for the fact that we have much larger, but a lot more diverse workforce. And so I think as occupational safety and health professionals, I think one of the things that Mr. Emery spoke about is, we need to be a little bit beyond silos. So, this is very common. I remember at COVID saying, well, the canteen is not part of the workplace. They're off time, so we don't have to worry about that as a place for exposure. But that's not true, right? Because they're having lunch and then they're going to go back to work. So this is something that we need to be a bit more holistic in our thinking about how we design work. And the next frontier, which people talk about, is moving just from automation, increasing productivity, to really using technology to generate a better life for all of us, and to be more collaborative with that technology. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Looking at this solution for you as well.
Real please. Okay. Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. Yeah, some more.
Thank you very much, Dr. With that, we shall invite our next speaker, and his keynote topic is going to be navigating AI in workplace safety and health. You set up so fast. From potential to risk and real impact. So, without further ado, we have Mr. Zan Chan, Director of IEH, here on stage.
Okay. Okay. Now, in slides already. Okay, that's my title. In the whole of 2025, 2026, I think we can't. Okay, we can't have many conferences without AI across different domains, construction, retail, some of it. Everything is AI. Even that's why there's no creativity anymore. Creativity is killed with AI. If it's only that simple, the truth is this is not working. Actually, this is not working. Okay, so but the truth is, if you say just because AI has been around, everybody's talking about AI, no innovation, not true, right? I go to the internet, I see every day fantastic photos are generating a lot more. They are generating AI is bringing us a lot of new things. So it's pretty mixed up whether or not AI is good for us in creating things, or is it not? Is it killing? The truth is, while we see some of these very fascinating imaging, after a while, everything looks about the same. So it's a pretty complex question. The hard word appears to be AI, everybody talk about AI, but I think in this year's conference, actually there is another very important word that we should be thinking about. It's the word impact. Impact. What is the impact? So I thought I'm going to call my keynote today to think about these three words: potential, risk, and risk, and to what's the real impact? Yes, maybe I will start off with this idea. Now, some of us have this little notebook. Some of us never use this little. This little notebook is like your phone directory. Years ago, I remember when I was leaving my primary school, right? I go around with this little notebook, collect the phone number, others will lose contact with you, write down your address, a lot of things. And then some of the potential came out with mobile phone. So when the mobile phone came out, we now transfer all our contact into this phone. This is how technology then brings about. In fact, then it becomes a bit troublesome to refer to the notebook anymore, because you want to make it call, flip around the page, find a friend number. It was easier to use the phone. And some of us then threw away the notebook and replaced it. Have that experience? Maybe not that drastic, I don't throw it with a bin, but you shove it somewhere, you can find it. Yeah. But so that's the real potential in the technology and we make life better. But what was the risk? The risk was there was a point of time we were all very worried about using food. Not because the food was quite expensive, but it's the contact there. Once you lose your phone, you lose every single contact. It was scary. It was really scary. And another thing that we were losing was not just the phone number. A quick test today in this room. How many of you can remember the phone number of three good friends of yours? Three. Okay. Good. But some of you, don't worry. You at least you can remember the phone number of your loved one, your parent, or your son. Can, right? I think everyone needs at least. You still keep your cognitive functioning, you memorize your loved one number. But For some of us can maybe 3. If I go the number to 5 now, and we completely lose that. Some of us will completely lose that cognitive function of their behavior. Think about that person. I'll come to that. So that's the real impact, right? That there are some impact out of the situation. But if you look at the food technology on the whole, on one side you have a very good impact, even for these two elderly. Now it becomes convenient and use it to check the transport, banking, and but on the other side, it brings about the stress, battery running low. How many of us over the last 1 month at least stressed twice? Battery running low. To me, it's almost a weekly affair, battery running low. It's stressful, unnecessary, your message too many, and on top of it, sometimes the technology, someone spots it is AI slot, right? Someone might say, yeah. So anyway, it's something fun. The truth is, when it's created like that, then I lazy to redirect it. That's what I show you. What is the impact? Now, so if we think about the impact of what technology and AI has been giving us, what is AI really helping us in health and safety? It's really helping us to see more, think faster, act sooner. I think through the next 2 days, all our speakers will still show us a little bit of what AI is doing for us. This year I decided to stand up here as this opening because I really want to start thinking about, yes, we will be looking at all this potential, all these things that are coming up. Some of our speakers will be sharing with us some of the real cases that they already find a bit of success. I think they will give us some warning also. So think about it. So I will not delve too much on what AI is doing for us because since 2024, 2025, and early this year, I think you have attended enough conference telling you what AI can control and everything. So I skip that. But the base is that it is powerful, but it's not perfect or really ever be perfect. But if I talk about AI in banking, in retail, something goes wrong, I lose some money, which is important, but I do some sales. But here in this group, all of us as health and safety, hygienists, we are doing it right. What I'm running share with us, we're doing it right. So if we really dive into AI and technology, thinking that it's going to solve the problem, and then later on we have these people, we have this business, then it is something that we are. So now some of the I just put in the word here. One of the things that we are really beginning to see what especially AI technology is doing for us is some of this keyword here. We are beginning to see people being over reliant. People trust AI more than some. Today I start teaching AI and every one of these questions I ask now is how many of you today is quite confident to just send an email out without having AI check your email first? Let's say it's an important email. Well, a lot of people will say, no, I must put into the ChatGPT to confirm the grammar. But a while ago, nobody does that. But today, very reliant on it. Some of us are doing really like even a very simple reply these days, you want to copy paste into ChatGPT, check it before you send. A bit over reliant. You were just confirming whether you want to go for lunch. Right? De-skilling is a very key word. We are worried about people losing some of their skill. I'll discuss that with an example in a while. Automation bias, loss of judgment, surveillance, and all that. Yeah. So if you look at all this, one of the key concerns we can summarize in this word called human performance. We are worried about whether human performance will fall. The whole idea of AI is years ago, that's when we saw Dr. Mira's graph. Years ago, technology helped us to improve our performance in terms of labor, physical demand, physical action, machinery, and then this our cognitive functioning can be replaced by AI. But we are looking at these few words, we have now, all this is the central theme, is about human. We are being aware. Now, I give an example. The earliest form of AI is a calculator. Calculator is the simplest form of AI, way back when it's man-made intelligence, human thinking, how to count 1 + 1. You punch into this calculator count. And the calculator has evolved over the years. They evolved over the years to a very from a gigantic one to a very simple, and then eventually it's a scientific calculator. And so let's think about this. With calculator coming, how did the world, what was the world worried about? I see whether I can play this video. Yeah. So this is that's a clip I saw. This young boy, everybody, little son over line. Just numbers and then numbers reading to him. In the speed of a second, he can count the number. That's mental calculation, mental and arithmetic. So, now let's go back about 30, 40 years ago. The world was, we were introduced computer, we were introduced calculator. The education system back then was also, it's a global thing back then. But people were so worried if we are giving our kids using calculator, will they lose their performance, will they lose their ability to count? Arithmetic. So I went back to look for a news in 1995. 1995, you see this news. Even in Singapore, back at home, in 1993, 1994, in those years, MOE, Ministry of Education, actually started introducing pilot tests to get students to go back to a master's. Because the world was worried about what if our future generation cannot mental count. It's quite similar today, AI. What if we start to lose our ability? That's not the normal. Yeah, so of course, today, the clip I showed is still happening. Today, we still have a small fraction who still believe in that, want to do that. But think about it. So technology will bring about good impact. If it is not for calculators and computers, we won't be able to solve a lot of scientific problems. But then we can do something performance, something. And if you look at the whole development of computer from something so big until today, what we have in our phone, and even for our own Ergonomics Hygiene conference, over the 5 years, you look at the technology that we actually introduced. The first 2 years we printed program. By third year we introduced some simple web app. This year, fantastic. Not to lie to you, it's really because the ability for us to fight code faster, we will create something that is complex. Now, but the truth is, let's go back to the phone story. Let's go back to the mobile phone story. While I was giving this example of not being able to remember phone number, some of you will use this effort to tell me something that is unnecessary. Today, we really don't remember the phone number because we've got mature technology. Now, you see this little SIM card. The SIM card, some of us now we use eSIM already. Some say, no. The SIM card that was developed was for mobile networking. Actually, it doesn't necessarily need to have memory. It just needs to communicate. I don't know why they put memory in it. So you can transfer your phone number, save it into the SIM card. Like the world has a need, right? That people, when they lose their phone, or when they transfer phone, so then the world then figure out context. It's very important, directory is very important. Phone company came up with technology like phone clone. These days, even if you lose your phone, you say, don't worry, my phone is in the cloud, my context is in the cloud. So this is an example that the technology will eventually mature to a stage that we may actually be comfortable to give up some human performance. some degree of human performance. But let's go back to the math number. 9 multiplied by 7. No one in this room need to use a calculator, right? So we still keep that. But 965 times 745. Anyone? No, you use the phone, use the calculator. We will eventually have, but and then at some point in time, we will eventually be comfortable letting go some human performance. But the challenge is, are we ready yet? Is the AI technology, is the current innovations ready for us to completely allow? Are we comfortable yet allowing the CCTV to just surveillance safety? Are we comfortable with that? Maybe at some point, but are we there yet? That's the question we need to start asking. I think in the next 2 days, we got a series of speakers sharing with us various technologies. Some of them will talk about human line, how to start to build systems and innovate, thinking about human-centered, human-centric design. We want to, I think, Dr. Marina just now on the slide say one of the findings is dehumanizing. Maybe we need to hold on a little bit because while yes, we may eventually reach a state where some part of human capability is comfortable to let go, maybe we are not there yet. Give me 5 more minutes. I want to address one more thing. But another question about not exactly WS. Is AI driven retrenchment or replacement? Is it real or myth? Real, okay. Some of you are saying real. Okay, let's but I use another example. We've got a photographer in the household. I thought photography, I better look at him. But if you look at, we use another technology, photography. But in the way back, so let's talk about event photographer. In the past, if you have a wedding, if you are looking for a photographer, you will look for someone who, in the film era, you will look for someone who is very skillful with the camera. But what his skill is required? You got to make sure when you press the trigger, the exposure, the lighting is suitable. Because he goes to know the result until 3 days later, he goes to the develop the film out, and then everything overexposed. That's your big day, that's your wedding, you know. So in that era, as a photographer, I will be very, very much in demand if I know my camera very well. Okay? But digital photography comes in, right? When digital photography came in, think about it. Photographer can now review the image instantly. We immediately know whether to capture the important moment. Now, so does it mean that the photographer lose their job already? No. So if we had a very important event during this part of the day, I want the photographer, if they are checking every shot, then they will also lose precious moments, right? And a very precious moment when the father of the bride gave the hand, then he forgot to take photo, he's checking. Wow. So in this era, you need a photographer who knows the event well. He knows when is the correct time, which position he should be standing, and when to do it. But in terms of the outcome of the photo, no problem, because it's digitally, the digital technology makes it able for him to produce good photo. He needs to capture moment. So the photographer didn't lose his job, but he needs to reskill, he needs to think about what the technology can help him. So today we actually, because of digital camera, we actually have better moment photo. Because the photographer can focus on the moment rather than focus on the shutter speed and things like that. Now, let's try to, this is actually technical possible already. I'm not sure whether this technology is already available, but it's already possible that if you look at this is AI generated, in future, your wedding banquet will have multiple 360 camera. So I'll come to this place, I'll put in 7 or 8 or 10 360 camera degree camera. It will capture video throughout the whole session. Today we have the technology for whether the resolution is there, the storage space is there, the real cloud load is there. So photographers don't need to go around and take photos. Because it's captured anytime. Not that you can add in the AI algorithm. Just look for you will capture 4 hours, 5 hours of the whole event. After that, all the data go there and just search 7 and Cathay, 7 and Amirali. Immediately you can find all the movement and capture all the photos. I don't need a photographer. Will photographer lose their job? Maybe, yeah. But let's try to imagine that we do this. I decided no more job for you. No need a photographer. I said it. Then at the end of my event, I search Zephyr and Amirali. Two algorithm come up. No photo. Because throughout the whole event, Amirali was about Zephyr. So in the whole 4 hours, I could have a photo for us. So maybe in future, the photographer like this guy here, this is AI generated, he will capture some movement. But he probably need to become the crowd. Hey, sir, come on. He probably need to gather people in the same frame in order to gather the people. Maybe he no longer need to come around, you stand there, please, 1, 2, 3. But he will say, all of you come together, come, say hi. Yeah. And then we will capture, don't worry. But I think the point is, AI will eventually AI may replace some of the skills that we have today. Health and safety, hygienists, ergonomists. Yes, AI will replace some of the skills, but it also will create the need for new skills. In the next 2 days, some of the topics that we are hearing, we may actually spur you to think about what are some of the areas you need to start learning. And we, just like a photographer, we need to be early to the game if you want to. If you care for the people in the work site, in the workplace, health and safety, and you want to leverage on technology sooner to provide better impact. So in the next 2 days, let's explore. So I guess I end with this one last slide. So AI will change our skill. It will. But AI will also create some new skills that we need to learn. So the question is how we change. So in the next 2 days, you will see me one more time tomorrow afternoon for a panel. And the panel that I'm leading is whether or not this AI is really changing our workplace to be better. And I hope we can engage it. That's me, Zephyr. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I bought this myself.
Okay, please 1, 2, 3. Run. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
You see, he's still important.
Thank you. Thank you. So true. He bought the gift for himself, so he chose what he wants and then he charge it to the organizing committee. So you know what to do inside. You don't get it for yourself, organize conference. Alright, I know we are running a little behind time, but I think that everybody is enjoying the session. So we will push back accordingly. I think we are about 10, 15 minutes behind time. Just a quick check. Time on my watch right now is about 10:29 thereabouts. So we'll take a 20-minute break. We'll be back here at 10:50, 10:50. A couple of announcements. Number one, you may go outside to sign your CPD sheet. There's one today and one at the end of the day for both days. Sign for both days. Second announcement is that the photo booth is already being set up. Please feel free to go and take photos. It's free of charge. There's nothing to pay. You get photos, you get the special copy as well. And third announcement, obviously, morning break, tea break is available in the next room. Please visit the exhibitors as well as the makan session inside. All right, I'll see you back here at 10:50. Thank you.
Science, yeah. Business law. But I don't know what the. That was the first research. Yeah, let's do this. If we're after this. Oh.
Where do you want to take the photo? Ergonomics and hygiene. Okay, yeah. Take,
Every year we must take the same photo.
how is it?
Yeah. Oh, very professional,
You
huh?
are in,
Wow.
are you in, what's up?
Very nice.
It's okay.
I like your class.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you come up?
Blinking.
That's the AD guy.
Second.
That's why it's so difficult. And to do things. Yes, yes.
Really happen because I promised them that those people that is there on stage, I need to let them selling. Because I know some of you are doing different songs.
So, I push the
Because I told them I'll make it happen.帮我看一下，要是在刚这样，你让我知道。Because you got a clicker, right? So you can stand around and click. Hey, you're going here for day stock. No, don't worry now. Over there, I got TV and a screen. Because they are two different things. One is the camera. You go over there and see what is the camera and what is the flag. It's not this one. It's another one. It's here. Your camera is coming off. No, cannot. Go here we go. Okay, how your computer? Yeah, I think it's your computer.
Is it blinking?
Yeah, I saw it. 不可以乱乱换啊！我这里换啊，我们要换回去。
No, just now. Okay, should be okay.
你看，那边就可以，这边不可以。
Do you see the new website? Don't see on your phone. See it on the desktop. Space. So one is it allows people to see the product from different angles and from their own lens, so you can do construction.
So we just like
though it has a lot of visual filters and effects and all that, but when it comes to fonts, all that is really so Google is very good with see that as well. You see anything familiar so far?
Maybe the index.
He did.
That's kind of like do that. Yeah. Just check it.
Alright. I think the time now is 5 minutes past 2. For those who are here, please I'm sure we will try to correct what happened in the next 4 weeks. So we can have those in the exhibition room.
边有一个，
这里也有一个，
那边也有一个。抱歉，就看着他一下，他几点要走还是什么的话，就要可能要扶着他。他真的衰老了很多哦。我们的 first conference 到现在。
刚刚出去有不懂。
现在有个人。
For all delegates, please kindly disconnect the conference room. All right. Welcome back to the room. I know you're still lacking and missing a few people who are still lingering outside. But nonetheless, I think you'll need to push forward and try to make it back on time so that we will do it much later. Okay. A few admin instructions right now. I apologize for saying that the signing for the CPE is during lunch break, during the tea break correction. The signing will be open only during lunch break. Secondly, the collection of the keys will also be open for lunch break onwards. It will be at the top right hand side of me. Now you collect the goodie bags in the morning. So you can actually proceed over there. Now, the process for collecting your pins will be as such. They will open up your app, you will have a QR code. It's a personalized QR code that they will scan. Once they scan, they will verify whether you have 2 pins, 3 pins, 5 pins, or 5 pins at all. And once they scan, they will recognize that you will pull out the number of pins, the people pins, and it's considered to be. If there's any dispute, just let us know. We will actually try to check it Next thing, there are some delegates that actually came up to us and asked if the slides from the speakers for this morning as well as the next couple of days are going to be shared. Not all of them are going to be automatically shared. We will actually request from the speakers, and if they cannot share everything that we share, we will try to provide a sanitized version of that. Okay? Anything that you need to acquire or request, you can go through the app as well. Next, the photo booth is up. I hope you are taking some photos with friends. The photo booth will still be there during lunch. It will not be there at the afternoon tea break. So now, morning tea break and lunch break, please go there and take photos. Right. Once again, thanks for coming back. We'll need to push again already. Time now is about 11. We are about 20 minutes behind time. But that's fine, that's fine. We'll try to catch up a little bit. Next, sharing with us is a speaker representing the director of Balance Global AI. He will be talking about democratizing economic safety, leveraging AI to bring ergonomic safety across geographies, work domains, and income groups. So here you have me beside me, Mr. Yogesh. Hello.
Thank you. Welcome back after the break. My name is Yogesh, and the easiest way to remember my name is to remember yoga. But no, after that nice bout of food and tea and coffee, I want to make you suffer through yoga. But instead, what I'm going to talk about is ergonomics, and to be more specific, democratizing ergonomics, making it available to everyone. And that's the topic. 2.5 years ago, we started. I've been in this field. I'm doing ergonomics consulting for over 20 plus years. But 2.5 years ago, we said that everyone's worried about where AI is going. How's it going to fit in our life, and should we be worried? So we decided not to be worried. We decided to mold it in the way that we think it should go. So I'm going to show you that direction and make it very fun and demonstrative. I'm going to show you the platform itself. But more than that, I'm going to show you what the platform does through a case study. So let's start. People on the left, can you hear me okay? All good? And yes, sir. Thank you. So we all travel once in a while for work or leisure, and we stay in these kind of hotels, correct? It's nice, isn't it? It's very nice, cozy, comfortable, exciting. And that's what we see and we enjoy. But what we don't see, we know it exists, but we don't see is this. So to give you that beautiful experience, and it's one of our clients from Singapore. I can't name it, but what we essentially say is that for you to get that beautiful room made up, maintained, again and again, somebody worked at it. I'm going to focus on one part of that ecosystem, which is the housekeeping staff. And here's this lady who's at work, not just for your room, but multiple rooms, and not just for that particular day, but all the days of the week and the month and the year. So it's going to have an impact, isn't it? It's definitely going to have an impact on her health, and that is really what we're talking about. Every job has certain demands, and then it's also impacting what our body. So ergonomics, to start with, is really about creating mind and body. And so let's, well, ergonomics is faring across the world in terms of creating and maintaining this balance. To start with, not such a great news, and all the stats that I'm presenting today, I'll be happy to share all the sources with you offline. More than 60% of the places in the world do not have access to ergonomics care at all. So all kinds of jobs have impact, but 60% of the people don't have anything as a resource or needs to do anything about it. So again, I share with you some stats that you may have heard about before, but the point is not the stats, the point is coming right after stats, but let's go through it. When we talk about the impact or the impact of losing balance between work and health, that impact is manifested in the form of musculoskeletal injuries or disorders. MSG it's a heavy term. I think most of the people here have the technical background, but it's really as simple as leg pain, back pain, and things like that. $2.1 trillion is what the businesses are losing every year, which is equivalent to 4% of the world's GDP. In Singapore, over 43% of all injuries related to work are ergonomics related, and these are published figures from MOM. And so the problem is what's called a silent epidemic that is creeping into our lives and workplaces, so much so that the International Labour Organization has termed this as the top 3 occupational health burdens that we must look into. But my point, like I said, is not this. This is happening again and again and over and over again. So we need to, as practitioners, look into the root causes of, yes, it's important, but then it is important, why is it not being addressed? So today my attempt is going to be in diving deeper into not just what the landscape looks like, but why it looks like that, and what can we do about it. So the first thing that will come to your mind is, well, it's lack of awareness. So 60% of people don't have access to ergonomics care. We talk about companies, we talk about small businesses. They don't have the awareness developing countries. Is that so? Is it just awareness that's causing such a huge impact? Let me share with you one interesting piece, which is a ratio that I want you to reflect on. And once I give you a moment, I'll tell you what it is. 1 is to 163,000. 1 is to 163,000. What is this ratio of? Any guesses? No right or wrong. What's this ratio of? Any wild guesses? Sorry. See? Well, as staggering and skewed as it may seem, this is a ratio of qualified ergonomists in USA to the working population. So there's only one ergonomist for 163,000 people. It is worse than a super surgeon as a ratio. So as we start seeing, it is not just awareness or lack of it that is the problem and why the ergonomic injuries or the lack of access to resources is taking place. It's also the skewed supply of the skill set. And by the way, in this ratio, included are not just qualified ergonomists like me, but also those who provide ergonomics care, maybe as physiotherapists. They are also included in the skip as well. When we look at the certain other aspects about why this may be happening, why the statistics seem to be getting worse and better, the other thing is not just the skill supply gap, but it's also the complexity of how ergonomic safety is practiced. When we talk about, let's take a typical organization, the hotel that you just saw, housekeeping is just one part of the job, right? Well, there's going to be concierge, there's going to be bellhops, there's going to be the back of kitchen, there's going to be lots of people. So what happens is businesses have lots of jobs to look at, and I may not have the resources and budgets to cover everything in terms of ergonomic safety. So the access becomes small. Complex risk frameworks. Well, risk frameworks have existed. We talk about REBA, RAPP, we talk about NIOSH. Well, it exists in academic reality, it does, and it's very useful. But how many people who actually practice safety know how to use the tools? Well, you've learned about that in your classes as SHOs or whatever. Even practicing ergonomists do not know when we talk about, let's say, bending, forward bending, micro postures. When I look at a certain observation about micro bending, am I supposed to take the average of whatever the worker is doing over a period of 3 minutes, or am I supposed to take the maximum bend that the worker is doing? It's complex. So the complex frameworks are keeping the practitioners from actually applying them, and when it's applied, most of the times what is really returning is simply the risk force. What do I do by knowing that the job that you just saw is 9 out of 11 in REPA, rapid entire body assessment? Well, if I'm a business owner, I would say, well, you used a very complicated framework called REPA, and you gave me a score 9 out of 11. Thank you very much, but what do I do about it? So it's like a doctor telling you that you have high cholesterol. I'm like, thank you, doctor, but what do I do about it? So the other aspect is that most of the efforts are going towards assessing things and not solving them, and that's another big gap. But it requires time-consuming documentation, lots of brain work, and most of the times it's just diagnostic. So we need to really look at this landscape and try to solve it. So as I said 2.5 years ago, I have been doing this as a practicing ergonomist. So 2.5 years ago, right at the advent of the ChatGPT or the AI, we said, okay, let's see how we can make this baby walk and make it go in the direction that we want. So we started something called balance flow, and that's what I'm going to show you today. It's a new way to manage ergonomic safety, and the whole idea is to democratize it. So today, if most of the people cannot use it because of lack of awareness, geographical, financial, social boundaries, you want to remove all of it. It's all about making it accessible by combining the professional ergonomics expertise without you needing to be an ergonomist, because we are building all of that intelligence and reliable intelligence through artificial intelligence, obviously under human supervision. So it's essentially a risk management platform that allows you to do things. So any job, any posture, any product, any environment, any design, even architects are using it. Today, physiotherapists are using it. Obviously, the company is in. So when we say simplicity, it's not filling out long forms. It's about just uploading photos or videos. But again, AI is the means to end. I'll show you that the whole idea is simplicity leading to more engagement and output, and therefore making an impact. 60 seconds is the published SLA that we have, but most of the times it gets done in 40 seconds. Again, the idea is when you make something simple, a lot of people are encouraged to use it. And when a lot of people are encouraged to use it, we will have more compliance with ergonomic safety. That has been the philosophy that we are working in. So in short, created by ergonomists based on all the field experience of over 20 plus years. When we talk about AI, it's a framework. Now what it really works on is all the machine learning models that are being proprietary and developed from scratch. Again, where is this going? We want to make it simple. We want to make it accessible, affordable, and we want to make it really shine and see the light of the day. So the things that you saw earlier are reversed. We can reverse it. I'm going to show it to you. So what I'm going to do is, in the remaining time that I have, I will actually show and tell. I'll take you to the platform and see all the safety officers sitting here. Anybody who's in academic field, anybody who's a researcher is welcome to use the platform. We are more than happy to extend that to you. That's the whole idea. So I will show you how it works, and I'll zoom back on the case study that we started with, which is about the hotel and the housekeeping, and see how things can be made better. Okay. Essentially, we are talking about being able to conduct and assess risk in any job or environment, making sure that you have the big picture as an organization. So I'm talking about the ergo analytics, and finally, we are talking about making sure that the first line of defense within your organization is also empowered through knowledge transfer and be able to use this, even though they are not ergonomists. So let me show you. So we started with this. I want to take you to the platform now. So I'm tethering my phone for this. So let's see how this goes. First and foremost, to let you know how things work, I'm going to first show you a couple of things before diving deeper into that case study that I promised I will show you. So when this manifests as a platform that there's no installation, there are no variables, there's nothing to learn. It's available, it's secure, and office environments including what I talked about. An employee can do is simply they want to know what I'm doing in terms of my posture. All you have to do is to take a couple of pictures. Nothing special required. So I was being asked, anything special required? Nothing, just take your phone. Angles okay, lighting okay. Machine learning model. So how does this really work? So let me show you that. So let's take something as representative as this. Does it more or less represent how we work in office? Most of us, it does, right? There is clutter. There is me space, right? So something. So that's all. That's what you have to upload. Nothing special. You don't have to do anything. I upload it. What I can do is I can upload. So you can upload something where you are standing as well, but it's not compulsory because not everybody has a standing workstation at home. So what you can also do while this is uploading is if you have any special conditions and you don't have to say that in terms of clinical terms, back pain, neck pain, I can just say, well, I have some neck pain, I have some shoulder pain, I'm okay. And obviously the whole thing can be done using the phone, which I'll spare you right now. So if you started here, you can just take a photo, it comes right into this bucket. Okay, that's that. That's it. So what you do is you submit it, and now the engine takes over. This is a proprietary algorithm which is not just working in terms of how ChatGPT or Claude works. Because once you collect some data, I'll tell you what is happening because there are also practitioners here. Apart from simplicity, what the tool is doing, the platform, is it's collecting over 65 data points related to posture, equipment, environment, and the context of it. And what is really shining at is it's benchmarking that with all the best practices, standards, and research insights. So for example, how many of you think that the right posture is 90-degree posture? Well, that's a passing. The research today shows that more than 90-degree postures are actually better. So when I say this is benchmarking it with the latest research, that is what the benchmarking is. Singapore standards, SS514, standards, all of it. So that's where the sense making happens. That is not just collecting a photo. It is benchmarking that against and then telling you what the gaps are. So it's done, right? It was done in less than 30 seconds. And what an employee gets is a detailed report, which looks something like this. Simple, visual, and usable. So let's just take a quick one and I'll show you some other things. So you can know how you're doing. And interestingly, there are some very detailed things that come out. So you see, okay, is this true that your legs are not supported? I wasn't aware of it, so let's see if that's true. So legs are not supported, and legs are hanging here as well. So that's going to put a lot of heavy burden on the horse spine. Again, short of time here, but what I'm going to tell you is that it's very accurate in terms of the risks that it captures, and it filters out all the noise which is not seen. That's true as well. And what it also does is, see this for example, this is a narrow seat pan, or a narrow seat pan, is that true? Yes. So if you have such a big gap, there are lots of things out there, frameworks that we do this course. The idea is to give solutions. So what you'll see is that there are granular solutions here about what can be done about something like this and how to do it. It's not a feely-weely thing as a raise the screen. Sit back, sit high. No, it is as granular high such that your hips are higher than the knees. Anyway, where I'm going with this is that based on the consulting practice and the insights, is that when you make something simple, actionable, and granular, there's more likelihood that somebody will actually do it, right? So that's the full idea. You can get action plan here, which is gamified. What it means is that if my score today is this, and I've got these how many things? 1, 2, 3 things. Okay, I'm going to go do it every day right away. There'll be somebody tracking it, or an expert ergonomist will track it with you. And when you say you've done it, gamify and give you a bit of a positive reinforcement. Well, the short and the long story is that it's a humanized experience that's coming to an employee, and the simplicity, the speed, and the human experience is likely to take them over from not doing anything about their neck pain or shoulder pain to actually coming in the flow of your ergonomics program, doing something for it. So what the organization can see is how everyone's doing. So that's not what an employee sees, but and then not just a pretty looking dashboard, but what is the root cause? So there's a root cause analysis. If you are a safety officer, what you would want to know is, let's say here, there's a 10% incidence of lower back pain. Okay, then what do I do about it? Well, what are the root causes? The root causes range from prolonged sitting to XYZ. Now you can run specific campaigns. Now timely intervention. So the whole idea is empowering the employee, empowering the management, and making sure that your furniture is capitalized and used the way it's used, unlocking the potential of the architecture, the furniture, and the design spaces that you create. All right, now let's go back. Let me show how the non-office part works. Again, extremely simple. What I can do is I can create a new assessment. So it could be something like this. Yeah, I can select reason that says incident, how many operators are going to get 3. I can choose methods, right? So there are lots of frameworks. Again, you can choose what you want. I'm choosing this. There's also something where you don't have to know what framework you're using. So we also developed something which is a framework agnostic analysis. But let me show you again. So okay, just for the so I could be assessing this. Okay, so I'm going to take this view. Again, as you saw, nothing special has to be done for that. And I'm going to just say that, okay, the coupling is fair. And yes, there are some actions. I upload it. So that's it. That's it. So you upload it, and it gets uploaded. And I'll show you in a few seconds how that produces results. Because as an organization, again, as I said, as safety officers, as management, as people who are really the stewards of the ergonomics health, you want to know what to do about it. Works in construction, healthcare, we have clients who are using it in diverse environments. The idea is to plug for the platform. My attempt today here is if you are anybody who's a safety ambassador or please come forward and use it. We have to extend this free for a limited period of time because the idea is to democratize and put it in the hands of those who are influencing safety. So let me show you what happens when you see. Let's take for the sake of maybe take this. Okay, let's say this. So I'm showing you something different so that I maximize my time. So this is something that's done for a company that I can't name, but this is a killer operation, so day operations, etc. Not here, but in US. So you see that this is a job, right? So what I'm doing over here is that I have asked the framework to use Lula, which is a assessment. And what you will see is that not only is it giving me a risk score, which I told you, right? Cholesterol is high, great, thank you doctor, what do I do about it? So let's look at the observations. Okay? So there are issues, let's say sustained neck flexion. If you go into the details, you will see the observations, root causes, and recommendations. I'm just going to pick a few things which are interesting. there is a mention of static postures and whatnot. What you will also see is that this is going beyond physical ergonomics. It's also going into cognitive ergonomics, which is why I said the framework catches lots of things based on the machine learning models. So there's cognitive load. Now, there's also psychosocial aspect. So let me show you. So I'm using this. Now, this is the framework. It's completely transparent. Like I said, there is human is at the end of the chain, and the human is ultimately the decision maker. So I can see how this score has come about, and I can change it if I want. Usually you don't need to, but if you have some extra information or you think, I can actually change it. So the idea is AI plus human. You don't have to scratch your head if you're a safety officer who's not very well versed in Pune. Now, what I'm going to show you is now one step even beyond in making things simpler. Right? So what if I don't care about, or I don't know about any framework, RAP? What you can do is, okay, choose something called a generic, which is a analysis. Let me show you this. So now this is going on the denominator of content. There are huge number of data points which are captured over here, and there's no framework. So when I see this job now, you will see that everything from posture to cognitive aspects to psychosocial aspects are being captured. So let me show you one or two quick examples. You see repetitions, which are the root cause of lots of things. That's okay. Okay, you see something like this. What the platform has now captured is going far and beyond any framework, which is things like pace of work. So the person is doing something too fast. It has been detected. Because now the root cause could not be that the person is not aware or he doesn't care, but he has no autonomy. So the solution now is to go and check the way the job is designed, the KPIs and the quota systems are defined for each person. So this is empowering solutions and making positive change. That's what it is. There's also aspects like, okay, there are thermal stress cues here and what. All of this is without any human intervention, by the way. This is where all the proprietary machine learning models are doing their job. And now you can take it and you can take it forward, the story to make solutions happen. So let's go back to this. So this is a video. And see, stick figure analysis like this or eye tracking is always very sexy, but the whole idea is that's not technology. It's just data. What really makes sense is all the things that are happening at the background and the benchmarking that I talked about. That's where the ergonomics knowledge is shining so that this is obviously related to data safety, privacy, there are all the certifications. So you can reliably use it. That's the whole point. I can change it. And then you've got issues here, right? You've got issues. We've gone through this. So what I'm going to show you is going back to this. So what we see is that through the platform, you got this job, and the whole task analysis, the human factors framework that are being used are leading to several different kinds of. This is summary so that I can show you things in a slide. What is happening? Why is it happening? And temporally, over a period of time, how the posture changes and why it changes. Now, these are the issues, right? Now, using the platform, you can actually see that lots of interesting redesign recommendations have come about, and these are ranging all the way from engineering to admin to actually creative design solutions. So, for example, this lady makes what? How many? She makes I think 6 trips from door to the trolley to the room, for bringing the toiletries, for cleaning things and all, because they're not allowed to bring the trolleys inside. So with this kind of a design, you can actually cut that to 2. Things like that. Okay. Now coming to 8, even more than 6. short long story is that once you apply the solutions, you are significantly reducing the risk not just for this job, but for everyone who's doing this job. And if you apply this kind of a simple analysis, but profound analysis to everything in the workplace, you are really increasing your safety caution significantly. Okay, so that's the story. The idea is, if this is the way AI can be used, we feel sincerely that then the statistics that we showed can be reversed, and everything from the amount of time that you spend on assessment to the lack of engagement that you see in employees. No one wants to fill a survey. Obviously, in the platform, if you really want, you can do surveys as well. But the idea is, because of that, if the compliance is suboptimal, that is what this is really doing. So everything, all the KPIs and parameters of your safety program work, and with that, we hope that we can contribute a little bit to one of the biggest challenges that we face in safety today from a workplace point of view, which is ergonomics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Look at our precision.
Let's go with it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more, hold on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thanks so much.
Once again, anybody who wants to see no worries. We are pretty casual about here. So if anyone is interested to know more about the actual program, just feel free to go for it. Right, thank you. Next up, we have a speaker from Malaysia. He is Dr. Ryan, and he's going to be speaking on operationally, let me try again. Operation prevention through design using human-centric dynamic analysis approach. Dr. Ryan.
Okay, good morning everyone. Apparently I'm the first non-Singaporean speaker for the day. Very happy to be here. Today I'm going to be sharing a project that me and my team have been working on in the past few years. Okay, we are looking into this topic of PTD, prevention through design. As you might know, prevention through design is not a new concept. It's been there for decades. Okay, I think NIOSH USA introduced it in 2007, if I'm not mistaken, close to 20 years ago. But one of the things that we've seen is that there is very limited tools that has been introduced in order to operationalize it, making it working, executing it at the execution stage. Okay.
Sorry, might use this.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So just a little bit about myself. I'm a chartered ergonomist and a chartered engineer. My background is engineering, mechanical engineering, but I took ergonomics for engineer course as one of my electives when I was doing my undergraduate, and I've been stuck with the area assistant. Currently, I am vice president for Human Factors and Ergonomics Society of Malaysia, where I am overseeing the membership and also the R&D, research and development wing of the society. In addition to that, I'm also an academician, lecturer in University Technical Malaysia Melaka. So if you haven't heard about UTM, University Technical Malaysia Melaka, it is one of the public universities in Malaysia. Okay. I'm sure that many of us have worked into a workplace, right? And you immediately notice design issues. Okay, I have some pictures there. For example, there's obstructed control buttons where you have this pipeline in between, right? You have poor access where people have to perform mostly maintenance work. Usually it's not a big issue for operation day-to-day work, but maintenance tasks, I've seen that there are more issues because the frequency of doing it is not as often, right? And if you see at the right, bottom right there, there's also a design where the valve is very difficult to operate. There's a pinching point there where if you use a little bit of effort, your hands pinch, right? So these are some of the examples of design issues that we see in workplaces. And sometimes we were asking, so why did the engineers design this workplace this way? Is there any reason behind it, or was it a design on the side, right? These are also some other examples: limited clearance, poor work posture, limited accessibility, and poor reachability. These are some of the common design issues that I'm sure that every one of you have seen in a workplace. All right, so this is where the prevention through design concept comes in. It's a very simple concept. You've heard prevention is better than cure. So it's basically the same concept, but applying into safety, we want to look into identifying the hazard as early as possible. Ideally, during the design stage, where we can tackle it right the first way around, rather than identifying it when the workplace is already in operation, right? But we have some challenges in this traditional PTD, in which that the hazard, and I'm talking in the context of engineering and ergonomics, the hazard ergonomics risk factors are difficult to identify when the workplace is not there yet. It's easier to see when it's there, but before that, it's very difficult to identify, right? As you can see, sorry, the traditional design where in terms of the from engineering point of view, you can see the pipes there, the example there. The pipes is working fine. From functionality, the process flow is okay. We have a valve to control the flow when needed. So engineering point of view is okay. But you can see that there are some inherent risks because of the design itself requires the workers to climb up stairs and have this risk of falling down. Whereas when we are talking about this prevention through design concept, okay, we are still maintaining the functionality point of view, but rather than introducing that risk, we are trying to minimize or eliminate through the design process itself. Right? This requires us to have a projection of what type of issues that people might have. And how do we currently design for humans in the workplace? So this is a regular, a traditional method for engineers. Can I have the help of playing the video there? Okay, where the engineers from different discipline, mechanical, electrical, structural, etc., would create 3D models, and we would review the design, and we would specifically put in. You can see there a few mannequin there, 3D manual mannequin, where we would generate some scenarios, asking about the frequency of use, the accessibility, if they need to bring in few new equipments, if they have enough space to do their task, and things like that. So this is the current way of people are doing the ergonomics analysis in the design stage, where the workplace is not yet existed. Okay, this one is also another example, but this is not a video. You can see there, the one that I highlighted there, the engineers usually put in the 3D modeling or simulation a mannequin to represent the human, and they talk about it and discuss if the current design is adequate for the interaction. Okay. However, we find that there's some issues with this method, right? One of the issues is that these are static mannequins. Static mannequin means that the mannequin doesn't move. Okay, sometimes they have this posture, but it is usually they have unrealistic postures. They have limited movement representation, and sometimes depending on where you put in your mouse, you can introduce perspective errors. Can I please have a video to there? So this one is an example of engineers or designers trying to play around in terms of the putting in the mannequin at the right place and trying to analyze the interaction between the user or workers and the design itself, in the product, in the art, etc. Okay, and the pictures down there are some of the examples of different postures, 3D models of mannequins in certain scenarios. Okay, the whole process is to design for human, but as you can see, the human interaction was not really experienced. Okay, there's a lot of imagination involved at this stage. The dynamic work is still being evaluated statically, which is where the issues might come from. If you can have a video on the right side first. This one is one of the examples there, where the worker has to interact with the handwheel in a very tight space. Okay, can you play it again on the left side there? Okay, this is a very short video. I should make it look. Okay, so you can somewhat see it, and from here you have to make a decision: is this a good design or not? And if it's not, this is where we have a chance to make a change. However, again, the issue is that we have a mannequin there to represent the human, but it's a static posture. And if you can move to the other video on the right side, please. This one is also a different task where the worker has to operate the levers. So if you can see the green one, that one is actually the envelope of the lever motion. Again, you have to imagine if the worker would be able to reach the top side. I think he can reach the right side there, but maybe the top side, I don't know if he can reach or not, right? So this is where our work comes in. Okay, we saw this as a problem where we want to improve this existing imagining interaction at workplace. So we are looking into this human-centered dynamic task analysis. So rather than having a static posture, we can have a dynamic posture where we can do a dynamic task analysis. Can we start over our video? Sorry. Okay, so this one is the first one that I just showed earlier, where rather than having people at a very narrow space, now we can, when we are playing, okay, right, let's play it, okay, and then pause it. Now, perhaps pause. Okay, we can see here when he is operating the he cannot be operating it in standing position. He has to operate in a kneeling position. And you can see that there's no space available. So the design is not adequate, in which we might not be able to do with just a static posture. Okay, let's play. Okay, let's look at the next task. Let's play here. So the next task here, okay. Can you pause it? Okay, so this one is also another task where the worker here has to operate this instrument at the back, the purple one. You can see at the back there, but there's an obstruction with the handwheels and things like that. So you can play it again. So with this dynamic task, rather than imagining, we can see the envelope of viewing area where our team needs the algorithm for this. And based on this, we can discuss and have a consensus if it's okay or not. So this one is another one, which is assessing a filter, right? So just play. So there's a little bit of obstruction due to the handrail. Okay. And we can see there's a little bit of the filter is a little bit further away from the worker. Okay, so this is basically the main thing that we were working on and introduced in our work. Our point is that the dynamic work needs to be evaluated. dynamically rather than using a static approach. Okay, so instead of us imagining how the worker are doing the job, we ask the worker to simulate the job, and we can start visualizing it in a virtual environment where there is minimal or no risk to the worker. And we can make a design change straight away. Okay, if you can play that video there. Oops, back. All right. So this is the example rather than just imagining if the worker would be able to reach the top part. Okay, so the bottom part is okay. So you can see here, the worker will not be able to reach the top level. So we have to introduce some sort of step stool or to lower the level and things like that. All right, this one is also another example. If you can play the one on the left side first, on the static. This one is the original evaluation of a very small stairwell. Okay, difficult to imagine. Okay, let's look at the top right video. Okay, this one, the same design. Okay, can you pause now? Okay, let's play again. And again, a little bit more. Okay, pause. All right, here we can see that even though the worker can reach the first round, that he has to reach at quite a high step. So based on that, we can make a decision to lower steps. Can during the design review. Can we play the bottom video then, please? Okay, and you can see here. Pause. Okay. Again. Pause. All right. You can see that is a better interaction between the worker and this environment. Okay, so let me just quickly go through the process. Can you play the video, please? So this is the workflow that we have. So first, engineers would upload the 3D model. Usually, they already have a 3D model. It's just that in terms of analysis, they might not be using it the way that we are doing right now. So the 3D model will be uploaded with any 3D modeling software. So that's the first step, virtual environment preparation. Okay, and then the next step is where we are going to introduce the workers and integrating it into this virtual environment. So this is one of the equipment that we can use. It can be any motion capture sensors, wearables. So this is one of the things that we are using, the mocap we are using. After that, we are putting the worker representative into the virtual environment, and we can have this simulation, like what I just showed earlier. Okay, that's which is we can visualize direction, things like accessibility, things like that. So mostly on the physical part, right? And lastly, once we identify those issues, we can make instant modification. So for example, here we have this valve, people valve. Okay, we can changes now, so that it's easier for people to access, right? And if we cannot change the design for some reason because of the technical requirement, we can look into what are the potential interventions. For example, here we are introducing like an embedded surface so that the workers can we can simulate if the design of the steps tool there will be adequate or not. Okay, so all of it can be specified in advance before the workplace is fabricated or in operation. Okay, so when we are going through all of this, what do? We allow this human interaction analysis. So the work is not merely discussed during the design review, but they become part of the design review itself. They can, we can visualize, we can provide inputs, suggest changes, and all of this can be simulated with very minimal risk to the workers. Okay, this is one of the example of a project, a different project, but then oil and gas. This one is for a utility company where we are designing, we are looking into the space there, the clearance, because it cannot be too small when people are climbing up the ladder and they are bringing their equipment, then they start the different body size, etc. But it cannot also be too big because it's going to introduce this risk of falling when people try to start step, right? So we already have some idea on giving the specifications on how far the gap will be, but we need to test it. So through this process that we have, we are able to simulate this and make a consensus decision if this is a acceptable design or not. Okay. All right. Going into the payoff of this kind of approach, we can do a better human system interaction innovation, right? As it reduces errors, it's more accurate because people can move, simulate an actual task activities, and it is more representative, right? From human payoff, especially from the workers themselves, we found that we have a better buy-in in terms of the design. So rather than pushing certain design to them, they are also part of the process. They can give their opinions, and that will improve the buy-in, and especially improving communications and have a shared understanding with them. And lastly, from an organizational point of view, we can find issues, especially in the front end part of the design, earlier and faster, and reduce the need for potential redesign. Okay, so my take-home message here is that this can be a major perspective shift, in terms of evaluating human interaction, especially at the earlier design stage where the workplace is not yet available, right? It's not yet in operation. The question is no longer when we can adapt to the design, but does the design really understand the workers? Can we have a video play just quickly there? Organizer, please. Oops. Okay, this one is actually a previous version. You can see that we are using a different motion capture system there, and we are also adding the virtual reality. So rather than just looking into the motion, we can also have another perspective, which is a first person view, where the workers can really look into what they are seeing. As a designer or engineer, we can see what they are seeing, and make changes based on that. Okay, so this is one of the examples that we did in oil and gas facility. We have like several different tasks. So this one is like a solar panel cleaning, right? So again, we can have this analysis if they have enough reach, and if you are introducing tools, how would it influence the posture? All right, so I think that's mostly what I would like to share. Thank you so much for paying attention and your participation in this.
Okay, 1, 2. Hold on. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Right. We shall very quickly jump into the final session just before lunch. And this session is brought to you by the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, support ESS for short. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Adam Roberts on stage to introduce his panel speakers.
Okay, I believe that there's going to be some chairs both on the stage, so I won't invite the panelists up exactly yet because it would be really important. But yes, thanks everyone for being here. Hope that you're all still awake. While we do this, if you want to stand up, stretch, do these other exercises that may help you feel more awake, you are definitely free to do so. My name is Adam Roberts. I'm assistant professor at the SMU Urban Institute, and I work in a variety of different fields, mainly looking at how different environments affect people, and that could be in terms of indoor environments like your workspace, but it can also be in terms of outdoor environments. We are pretty much set up. So I will just do a bit more of an introduction, so I have a variety of different notes with me. And then I will invite the speakers up on stage. So this session is designing workplaces that work for people, from data, space, and behavior to psychological and social well-being. And we are not going on that slide, but I hope we can go back one slide. Fantastic, thank you. We spend a huge amount of time thinking about what a workplace should look like. But perhaps we spend a bit less time thinking about how it feels to work there. Does it help us concentrate? Does it encourage social connections? Does it support our well-being? And how can we use data and technology to support how we understand and how we design environments? Miranda earlier, she talked about psychosocial risks in the workplace, the importance of considering the wider conditions that shape people's health and well-being at work. And Yogesh, he highlighted the small number of ergonomics professionals that are available. So this kind of causes issues when designing workspaces. And just in the last talk, he talked about some of the common design problems that we still see in workplaces. So all these speak to why we need to bring different perspectives together. And that's the idea behind the panel today. We have 4 different speakers who approach these questions from different perspectives. And I'm hoping we can explore where those perspectives come, how they can join together, and where they can differ, and how we can move from looking at evidence and measurement into workplaces that work for people. So I'll briefly introduce panelists and bring them to the stage now. So first we have Professor Clayton Miller. He's Associate Professor of Urban Informatics at SMU. He works at the intersection of building sciences, data analytics, human experience, looking at how data and buildings can help us understand the environments in which we work. Next we have Dr. Lara Gregorians. She is a postdoc in architectural cognition and practice at the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore ETH Center. She looks at how people experience and respond to architectural environments. She brings together spatial cognition, behavioral research, and neural responses. We have Assistant Professor Ern P. Lee. She is Assistant Professor of Environmental Psychology at the University of Nottingham in Malaysia. And she examines the relationship between people, physical and social environments, and how environmental and psychosocial factors can influence well-being, behavior, and social experiences. And finally, we have Naya Brett. She is Principal and Work Sector Leader at Gensler. She brings the perspective of workplace design practice, working with organizations to understand how that people use spaces, and translating research, data, and use needs into workplace strategy and design. So we have quite a broad range of perspectives here, from data and sensing, cognition, and psychology, to practical realities of workplaces. And I'm going to give each of us a few minutes to talk a little about their work. I'm hoping we have a clicker. I'm hoping this one works, because we really need to go back a load of slides now. Okay, and we will start with Clayton. I will pass the clicker over to you, and then you can pass it down the line.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Adam. Happy to be here. Real quick, I'll go through I have a quick kind of overview of the type of research that my team does. I know we're sitting between you and lunch. So my background is in thermal comfort and sort of aircon system, lighting system design in buildings. And for many years, I've worked in that field of trying to characterize how people feel in indoor spaces. So not just lighting and thermal comfort, but also things like noise and productivity and things like that. My background is mechanical engineering and architecture. And a few years ago, my team put together a kind of method for collecting data at a bigger scale. We do a lot of studies where we collect data from people in labs and a few different offices here and there. And we realized that's not enough to capture how people are feeling and the behavior people have in buildings. So we developed this platform called Cozy that is an open source. Anybody can use it. We've been using it for many years to crowdsource data from indoor and outdoor spaces across Singapore. If you're curious, there's a QR code there you can scan to download these 4 slides, and you can click on links and things like that if you'd like to. And this is a collaboration between the University of Sydney, UC Berkeley, NUS, and SMU. And this platform is designed as it's called a micro survey or ecological momentary assessment platform. So here you see an example of a watch. We use Apple Watches. We have these micro surveys that allow us to collect data like this. How would you prefer to be cooler, warmer, or no change? So thermal preference. You could also ask questions about interaction or noise or light or anything that you can imagine in terms of. Shots are from the phone, so you can see how these surveys can be set up. We did a rather large deployment a few years back across Singapore with 100 people, where we collected up to 100 of these micro surveys from all the participants. So the innovation here, really, from a research perspective, is that it's very easy for people to fill out these micro surveys, and so people usually complete the study. So we ended up with like 12,000 micro surveys across indoor and outdoor environments. I won't dive into the details of how we're analyzing the data, but one thing I do want to show is kind of one of the outputs we're working on now, is the characterization of how people perceive aircon in spaces. And this is indoor and outdoor. We found that us thermal comfort researchers assume that as it gets hotter, people want more aircon. But in fact, there's 4 archetypes. One of those is called the conventional, the third one here. Those are the people that generally have this relationship between it getting warmer and wanting aircon. On the other hand, you have the 2 extremes that what we call the craver and the carefree. The craver is somebody who's always wanting aircon, kind of regardless of how hot or not hot it is in the space they're in. The carefree is somebody who is pretty tolerant, pretty cool, doesn't need their aircon as much. So this is really helping us uncover these behaviors that don't match what we predict in terms of the physiology and environmental conditions of people. Thanks.
Hello, really happy to be here today. My name is Lara, as mentioned. So just to briefly introduce myself and my background, I'm currently a postdoctoral researcher at Singapore ETH Centre, part of a group called Architectural Cognition and Practice. We're essentially a mix of architects, cognitive behavioural and computer scientists, and we all work together to sort of understand questions around how the built environment impacts people. Prior to that, I got my PhD in neuroarchitecture, and here I was largely basically running brain imaging studies to see how we sort of mentally code different properties of architectural environments. So, for example, we would be watching videos of different spaces and we would see what was going on in the brain. And prior to that, I got a master's in health, wellbeing, and sustainable buildings from the architecture school back at UCL. And this was really looking at sort of qualities of the environment, like indoor air quality, thermal comfort, daylight, etc. Conducting research around how those properties impact people's health and well-being. So by and large, everything I've sort of done over the course of however many years is looking at how the built environment in its different formats and functions impact perception, cognition, behavior, emotion, you name it, anything human. And so everything kind of comes back to this central point, which is that every experience is impacted by its spatial context. That's what drives kind of all the work that I've been doing. So whether that's how complicated you find a mall, how productive you find your office space, or how therapeutic and comfortable you find the healthcare space. In terms of how I approach all of this, well, it's really empirically driven. So I'm talking about sort of running studies that try to look at measure questions around what I've just mentioned. This is really rooted in having this understanding that we have this rich array of tools and methodologies from different worlds, but let's say from the worlds of cognitive behavioral science, which help us understand human experience. So that might be sort of behavioral mapping tools, like looking at where people look in the space, where attention lies, how they move through the space. It might be neurophysiological measures that tell you about brain and body responses to spaces, or it might be computational spatial analysis tools, which tell you, for example, how the layout of the space might impact interactions in the space. All of these methods help us understand people in the built environment, and to take that one step further, always trying to think about how we can use these tools and knowledge out of the space to help inform architectural design, and figure out ways that we can allow this data knowledge and capture to actually be applied and useful. And so just as a quick summary slide, just to give some examples of the types of questions we might, or I might be asking in the different sort of modalities that I've worked in. Using these different methodologies that I've just outlined, we might ask, for example, how does the brain process different environments? We might ask, how do people move through space given different social affordances? We might ask, how do people feel consciously or subconsciously in different contexts? That's me.
Hi, my name is Emily. It's great to be here. All I'm from Korea. Actually, I flew in from Malaysia. I think the last speaker was from Malaysia. Very nice to meet you too. So, actually, I had much less slides, but just to start off, my background is from experimental social psychology. So, my PhD question, I kind of focus on research asking about how do different people feel different about the physical environment. And I think that led on for me to study further, trying to understand how physical environments then affect how people feel and operate within the space. And with my 2 slides that I have, I thought I wanted to just point out among several psychosocial variables that we look into, like what are important psychological variables or factors that we think are, from psychology perspective, I thought maybe perception of control is one of the key or critical variable. Because after all, spaces are designed to deliver a certain goal, isn't it? So if it's a bedroom, the space needs to assist you to achieve that goal well. And that's when I mean by having control over the space to actually achieve the goal. If it's an office environment, which this conference is about, then again, it should be about how does that space actually assist you achieving those goals well. And for you to be able to do that, you need to know that you are in control of the space. And I'm talking here about your perception. Of course, you might have the control over the space, but sometimes based on the design, you might feel differently. So just to give you an example, like if you are in a space where you feel you're completely out of control, for example, for those kids who are in airport noise affected areas, these noises are something that people cannot really control in the space, right? And if they're constantly exposed to that kind of stimuli around, it will make them actually kind of feel very helpless. So the perception of control can actually translate to helplessness, and that's not going to be just end as an outcome and variable, but it will have a further impact in what you do in the space. So those kids actually were shown to show much less perseverance in some like other parts like jigsaw puzzle and things. And another area of work that I used to work on was about underground workspace, and sometimes the idea of underground, and it comes from again lack of control. Because let's say if you're in an underground, it's actually kind of hard to see where you are because every corridors and things are blocked because there's no window. And when you start feeling, again, lost in the environment, I think that translates to, again, less control over the environment. People feel very uncomfortable, and that was one of the key kind of factor that was shown to affect whether people will readily accept the environment or not. And this is a very critical question if you think about it. Let's say if you want to build a special, innovative workspace, and if people feel quite uncomfortable and they feel somehow low in control of those areas, people are not going to be happy. They are not going to be happily accepting the environment, and you're going to have a resistance. You don't want that. You care about the well-being of the people and the smooth transition and acceptance. Hence, again, that's where I would draw your attention to this kind of key psychological variable as the perception of control. And of course, this can also extend to social interaction. Some spaces, I think I just kind of generated these images. So if you're in an office with a corridor design where you have no control over the type of social interactions you can have within the space, again, that's when their well-being, the workers' well-being, and also how they perceive that space and even the job could actually be lower because of that. Whereas if the design, the workspace is designed like in the second picture, where you know that if you need to have a quick discussion, if there is a space where you can do it, you'll be less interrupted, or you might even have a little window to see over who's there in that space, so that if you want to have interaction, you can enter. So this is again perception of control that could be implemented into the space design to make them feel like they have control again over these social interactions within the space, and these factors could really affect the mental well-being of the workers and the acceptance of the space, which could translate to even their job satisfaction. So I hope that's something that as engineers, architects, we should really think quite carefully about this psychological factor. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try and mine. Hi everyone, my name is Nayan Tariq. I'm an architect and social scientist by background, and I think I'm going to come to this conversation from a practitioner lens. So a little bit different, and maybe I want to position just what we've been grappling with in the work sector globally. I work at Densa, it's the largest design and architecture practice globally. And so we have a huge responsibility around not just the impact of AI and how that's changing the workforce, but then how workplace makes people feel when they come back. And so there were 4 that I wanted to cover. A lot of this is learnings and findings from our work with companies such as OpenAI and NVIDIA as we're doing their headquarters. What we're finding around how their workers are responding to this integration between a half human, half Asian workforce, which is kind of where we're going to work. So the first kind of conversation I wanted to touch on, and it's a very abbreviated thing that we can get into as we get into the panel discussion, but is this idea of an invasive species-ish. And not really sure what to call AI, but it's half us and half not. And then the other thing is around the kinds of people that are working in this world, and what that means in terms of adaptive behaviors and neurodiversity in the workspace. Maybe we're just tracking it more, we're definitely hearing about it a lot more. And so what that means in terms of space and responding to that is becoming very, very important for us as designers. And then the third topic is around the taxonomy of choice. We've spoken a lot about choice and having this sense of control. But what that means and how that reflects work patterns and shifting work patterns as people are coming back to work is really important for us. And finally, the last bit is probably overlap with Lara's work, which is how do you start creating kind of implicit nudges in the way we design so people take more healthy options. And I'll walk you through one example and then maybe we can talk about a few others. So I think just firstly, one of the big things that we've seen happening geopolitically is since COVID, as people have started coming back to the office, they're returning to cities more. Even a lot of companies have started coming back and choosing to put their headquarters in cities. And this image that you see is actually an image from the OpenAI headquarters in San Francisco. And this is in the middle of the city. One of the things that's been happening with these companies is with the geopolitical situation, they've been getting a lot of people also coming to them from Ukraine and Iran. And there are people that are both returning to cities, but also people coming to cities that they've never been to before. And so for the office then to become this space that really connects people around creating community quickly is very important. But what's different about some of these spaces is that they are testing complete digital disconnection, which means the only thing in this space is Wi-Fi. There's no screens, there's no nothing. And in the development of the design for this space, there were also discussions about whether this should be completely protected so that AI cannot, or tech cannot follow you into these spaces. And I think as we become more kind of mixed in our workforce between human and agent, the responsibility of space to ground you into real is going to become much, much more important. So sensory experiences, whether that's green, whether that's smells, whether that's sounds, just making kind of people feel more connected to the real and disconnecting from the digital and creating moments for that in workspace is something we're seeing a lot more of. So it's kind of supporting both things. It's also creating much more open spaces for mentorship. So that because people are coming into the workspace to learn, creating kind of creative friction, so creating spaces that are actually much more shared in the workspace. And then finally, just spaces that allow you to build trust and create identity and brand with the companies that you work for. Because you're coming into work for a much smaller segment of your weekday. The other big thing, and I spoke about this around behavioral adaptation, is the gap or the experience gap between neurotypical and neurodivergent workspaces. And many of our designers that are working with these companies see more and more requests for, or more and more kind of work profile types of neurodivergent people. And what that means is that with every disturbance, the cognitive load for neurodivergent is cumulative. So they don't reset as fast, and so for its familiarity and anchors stimulation. So for us, what that means is really responding to space that is suited to more variety and more choice. And so the way we look at it is firstly looking at layer about soundscapes, we're thinking about user journeys and sensory loads varyingly across the office, but also balancing space types so that they allow for decompression, wellness spaces, things that are step away from environments that might feel more stressful to neurodivergent people, and thinking about transitions between super buzzy spaces and very quiet spaces in a more kind of intentional way. And finally, just distinct zones for different kinds of things. So you can have the same space types, but very different zones so that people can choose to do collaboration in common spaces and in spaces that are more energetic. And so just some of the things that we've been looking at in terms of the taxonomy of different space types to support working patterns that are shifting. I'll go into this maybe more in the conversation. But then finally, this is the idea that nudges can be integrated so that design can be really a mode for change. And this is an example of a semantic campus also in California. It's their gym. As you walk out of this space, you have the option to either take a bus or take a taxi. But the bikes, as you walk out of the entrance, are already indicating that maybe you want to bike to the next building. And it's the healthy option that's there before you get the choice of the next one. And then the little yellow steps that you see at the bottom, those are walking minutes across the campus. So you can take a 20-minute park, a 30-minute park, a 1-hour park, walking across the campus if you want to do a walking meeting. And I think these are just implicit signals that can be built into the design of the space without saying, do this or do that. It's just the options are there if you want them, and they're as simple and as embedded in design because it's been thought through beforehand. So I wanted to just give you a flavor of what we've been thinking about in terms of workplace and workplace design, just given the context of change, the context of AI, and just geopolitical tensions that we're seeing globally.
Okay, thank you. So this is a panel discussion section. So if you have scanned your QR codes on the back of your lanyards, you will notice that we have an app, and in that app, at the bottom middle, there should be a section panel discussion. If you go to it, you can ask questions, and the questions will come up, and I hope somehow they will be displayed on the screen behind us. If that could somehow happen, that would be so great right now. While you are coming up with your questions, and of course you can vote on your questions while we get that system in place. Okay, there we go. Perfect, perfect. Maybe I will just start with a question I prepared, and then we will move into the questions that the people have, okay? And just while I have the time here, since I'm not exactly sure when we started, I very much hope TMC will wave at me when we are running out of time. I hope. Please look at so I don't touch you. Anyway, we've had 4 quite different perspectives, I think. I was wondering, maybe we start, maybe I aim this at Lara, because Lara, you showed us, you've done a variety of different ways of measuring how people respond to spaces. So you've done neuroscience experiments with like fMRI scanners, you've got subjective reports. Is there anything you think that maybe we miss when we talk about workplace design in terms of like physical features alone? Maybe we're missing other features.
Excellent question. Well, obviously, we have physical features, for sure. I think that we could go into dissect this in different ways. We could start physical features as like standalone features, but we can also start to think about physical features in context, in time, with individual differences. So if I think from an empirical lens of how classically studies have tried to understand the impact of physical features, one thing that's often been lacking is actually trying to understand the impact of physical features over different time spans, over different contexts, over different seasons, and so on and so forth, interaction with different physical features, and all of this then ultimately accumulating to ultimately be talking about more tangible elements of design. So spin, these kind of more phenomenological qualities that are ultimately a byproduct of said physical features, but there are slightly different ways of sort of thinking about them and studying them. Yeah, one thing I'm personally really interested in is this idea of time and task. So thinking about the impact of design choices as you have to move through your day, as you have to move through different tasks over your day. No feature sort of operates as a standalone, independent element in your space. It very much depends on the job at hand that you need to do, what you've come into the day with, etc. So I think it's not so much what more than physical features we need to think about, but really what the extra things we have to layer onto our understanding of physical features and their impact, if that makes sense.
Would anyone else like to weigh in on this topic? And specifically, I'm kind of looking at Clayton because I'm kind of wondering about, like, you have previously done a study that kind of involved BIM, right? Looking at how you can look at interior spaces and how they're affected.
Right, yeah, absolutely. So as I showed in my slides, we have spent a lot of time, 7 years, crowdsourcing as much data as we can. I'm so happy to be on a panel where we have social scientists, psychology-focused people that are understanding how diverse we are as humans. I come from the engineering and architecture background where when we're designing spaces, we're assuming everyone is the same. So yeah, what we're starting to see, like I showed in the slide about thermal preference, is that people are different and they don't often sort of behave the way we think that they do, which is news to me. It's probably not news to the rest of the panel, but we're trying to also look at ways to tie that to specific features of buildings. So with all this crowdsourced data, we can start saying, There's a tendency for people who are more sensitive to like certain types of spaces. And we're looking at both indoor and outdoor. So there's also semi enclosed outdoor spaces, there's aircon spaces, there's naturally ventilated indoor spaces. So we're really trying to capture the diversity of what we as humans actually experience as compared to the way we often design buildings, especially from an engineering perspective.
Okay, and then I was kind of wondering, how much do people actually consider this when it's workspaces? Like, I mean, I'm not saying that people do not consider this, but are we considering enough? Are there blind spots?
Yeah, look, I think there's definitely blind spots, but I think given that there's been so much shift since COVID around return to work, not return to work, what is the office for, focus, I see noise is a big question here. I think this idea of nuance and the idea of really understanding that it is not a one-size-fits-all, and therefore, even within the same organization, you might have different business units that work very differently and need different kinds of solutions, is becoming much, much more apparent with many of the clients we work with. I think there is also just from a practical lens around real estate, once you have a space, organizations usually reinvesting in upping that space in line with their lease cycles. And so this can be usually between 5 to 10 years, which means that you're locked into decisions that you're making for 5 to 10 years, and no organization stays the same for 5 to 10 years. So there's always this tension between flexibility and customization by the variety of work patterns that the workplace needs to support. And so the idea that there are spaces that will be fixed and are super high investment spaces that need to have acoustic privacy, spaces that need to be client-facing, spaces that need to have a lot of tech integrated in there. But then we're seeing a lot more flexibility around the other kinds of spaces. So where we used to have, for example, fixed meeting rooms, we're seeing kind of pods that can be plugged in and out. And so I think real estate is beginning to think a lot more creatively around solutioning that can be flexible, but also respond to patterns that are customizable by business unit.
Fantastic, thanks. I'm going to move into the questions from the audience now, because we have quite a few, and I'm going to find out if I can pin the first one. Will it actually? Cool, not all. All right, never mind. So, but the first one is looking at open workspaces. As you just said, there's a lot of questions about noise, lack of privacy. Does it affect our productivity, and what can we do about it? Somebody who wants to handle that one first.
We have some, yeah, I can kick it off. We have data. I think the rest of the panel can kind of interpret maybe the data we're finding. So the study that I showed about thermal preference, there was also a question about, is there noise distraction nearby you right now? And none, a little, a lot. And we found very similar results to thermal preference. There's a cohort of people that kind of does the way we expect when they're in noisier spaces. They feel like there's more distraction. We have a chunk of the people, I don't have the percentages like I did in thermal preference, there's a chunk of the people that are a little more sensitive. They're saying there's more noise distraction than what we would expect. And then there's people that are just chill. They're not bothered. The noise around them doesn't cause a distraction to them. We don't have the data that correlates that to productivity, but we have seen that there are kind of those 3 categories in the data sets we have. So maybe
yeah, I was going to actually ask the more from like a social point of view, I guess. But the reason I'm thinking is because I have an anecdote of working in the same office as something where a lot of people who really wanted us to be working in a very quiet space, and we would always talk until they put a sign next to our desk.
Yeah, we've been a bit selfish back then. But actually, there is a concrete evidence, empirical evidence about the open workspace, and they, at least according to the literature, very big open workspace has shown to have unwanted effects like disturbances, and yes, they will, the productivity actually can go down. But with the mid-size open workspace, actually it's been shown to have quite a good effect in terms of, especially work requires a social collaboration. You know where that person is sitting, and it's quite easy to kind of just like approach towards them. So it's been shown that, especially if the work does require collaboration and communication, sometimes the open workspace can work better. And interestingly, they did say that in a complete cell type of office, it was very interesting. These people who are used to the cell type office, they get even more distracted by very small stimuli, sounds, and things around compared to people who are used to the open workspace. Meaning maybe the open workspace somehow built resilience in these people who work there. So I think it has both bad and good sides, and also the type of work that you're doing in the space will actually matter.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I think that, yes, like when we do any post-occupancy evaluation of projects that we've completed, temperature and noise comes up as the two most complained about things, especially if it's an open workspace. But the option to that, or the flip side of that, is walking down long corridors with offices on every side, basically like a prison cell. So like, what do we actually want? What kind of environment do we want to work in? And do we want to be around colleagues without being disturbed is basically what we're asking for. In research that we've done pre-project with contact centers that tend to have the most noise because they're on phones all the time, one of the biggest change in noise profile for the employees was the change of mic. It wasn't about whether the partitions were higher or lower, it wasn't about whether the desk was bigger or smaller, it was literally the change of mic and how much background noise it's picking up. So I think, yes, there are variances around acceptance, but for us, the biggest solution has been actually just providing choice. So you allow people to get into rooms when they need to get into rooms and work outside when they need to work outside. Because the opposite of I think the extreme opposite of an open workspace is the prison cell. And nobody wants to work like that either. Maybe lawyers in the past, but not anymore at all. So yeah, I think there's definitely a balance there.
Okay. This app is just totally like, so I'm going to put it down. Maybe that's you. And switch my phone, because apparently the question is also here. And of course, yeah. But this is limited, I can't even read the text. Okay. That also, oh yeah, it's updated. Okay. But let me move on to the next question from the audience, which is, which is asking, how can facility managers effectively measure whether workplace design intervention is successful? And I guess beyond that as well, like what are the most cost-effective improvements that could deliver well-being benefits? Who would like to handle that? Firstly, I guess on the issue of how do you know if something's successful or not, I was wondering if Laura could talk about that, maybe.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get a bit of an annoying answer, which is, what is the intervention aim for? I mean, this is like a classic thing for design study, but it goes to the same for post-occupancy. What is the actual goal? We can't gather data on every single facet of experience constantly over time forever. So we have to really know what we're trying to do, know our intentions, and then have conversations around what are the data capture methods that are relevant to that need. So I think it's really around truly understanding what is the change that you're trying to affect. As a slight follow-up to that, then I think really, I've just given you a whole list of really fancy technologies and things that we can use to measure lots of things, but it goes without saying that asking people is one of the best ways that you can really understand what's going to change. If you have a capacity to sort of use methodologies that capture the more sort of subconscious experience and things that people can't necessarily, or don't even know that they're experiencing. You might then be thinking about, behavior patterns, movement patterns. If there's loads of practical questions around this, but you might start to be able to look at physiological experiences and things. But ultimately, I go back to that first question of it really depends on what is that actual attention change you're trying to capture.
I was going to say, the facility managers, they need to measure, they need to work with people like us, who know how to analyze the problem first, like what Lara said, so that we can actually find the appropriate way of measuring. And you might think, anyone intuitively know what to measure, but that's really not the case, at least based on a lot of research. I mean, not just the research, if you think about once there was a Pepsi competition, and they did, because Pepsi wanted to really kind of excel through Coke, and they said, okay, we could blind test. So then, that sounds like a pretty good way of showing that actually Pepsi is as good as Coke. So they did the blind sit test, and people actually did prefer the Pepsi when it was blind testing. So that's where they show, hey, it's sometimes not just about the sensory experiences, but it could be the branding that also affect. But what's even more interesting, so then they said, wow, we won over Coke. But when they later, the research team actually followed through to see what actually happens in long term, what they actually found was that people would still prefer Coke. And the reason being is when it's a sit test, it's about your, I guess, just that moment, it was just about the sensory experience, the taste was as good. But when it's in the long term, the reason why people prefer Pepsi back now was because the brand was slightly sweeter, maybe more tangy flavor, and people liked it. But in long-term use, people didn't like that. So the take-home message here is that sometimes you need to ask the right question. The sit test wasn't a good way of just measuring, are we gonna do better? But they have to ask the right question and right way of measuring the whole usage of the Coke and Pepsi, and that follows through. And later, people didn't like these very strong, sweet, tangy taste in long term. So that's where I think it goes back. When you want to measure things, you need to use the right measure, you need to ask the right question, and that's when you will need experts in this. So I just want to point out the importance of having the right people to do these things.
And I think we work with facility managers a lot as we're evaluating and designing spaces. I would say the three really big things are around pride. Like, that's a really big thing to measure. People feel proud of their workspace. You guys are doing a great job. If there's a sense of ownership, and that could be even small instances, like something's dropped in the pantry, they just leave it, that someone just take a tissue and wipe it like you would at home. I think that's another second really strong measure around whether like their workspace is for them. And just the I suppose when you are doing your HR survey, engagement that comes up. I know for a lot of our clients, HR will measure that, but I think that's a really big kind of indicator for facility management as well, because engagement is also what's created by the space, the way it's maintained, the way it's designed, and the way that it makes people feel a connection to them. So I would say those are kind of the three big things that one needs to reflect on as facility management in the office.
I'll just throw in my 2 cents as well. From a data-driven perspective, the most cost-effective way is not to do a massive micro-survey and watch a mixed question deployment. There are lots of post-occupancy evaluation templates out there. I think a lot of the consulting community, Gensler probably has their own in a sense. There's the University of California, Berkeley has Center for the Built Environment has a post-occupancy evaluation set of questions. And so, yeah, asking are people many times before. Or hire them or things like that. Tons of raw, rich data, like a researcher, that you can try to use as well, but only for big nerds.
Sorry, just one more thing. I think facility management also started, and what you said made me think about it, also started kind of changing in its own profile with WeWork. Just the idea that it's not just about the lights and temperature and like things working, but this idea of like being buzz managers of the space. Like that is super important, and I think the profile of what our clients started looking for from their facilities management schemes also started shifting to this more kind of hospitality mindset around curation and buzz for the workspace. So that's maybe other KPIs.
Thanks, everyone. I'm going to skip the question number 2 now because I think it's so good that I want to save it. And we'll go to question number 3, which is looking at so perspectives are subjective. They vary from individuals, roles, scope of work, everything's different, right? So how do we manage these dynamic workforces and work environments? What are potential indicators that can help measure culture and behavior instead of just, instant statistics? Yeah. Okay, sure. Sorry, I was too confused. I'm trying to summarize this, but it's not working. So it's everyone's different. Individuals need to be measured individually, but how do we really think about how we can incorporate different cultures, different behaviors, different types of people, different styles of work?
Yes, very interesting question. I would think we have to consider the one who's at the most disadvantaged situation. I mean, you said there's a range of people, and let's say there is someone who's very powerless. Maybe the role is also very low in terms of the position. Then I think this is when, and there's let's say in the same office, there's up in the hierarchy who has much more power. In that case, if we have range of people like this, I think this is when we need to consider the one who's at the bottom, the most disadvantaged situation, because then it could kind of assist the entire people to make them feel more in control of their own space. But once I think you can address those at the disadvantaged space, I think most of it can be covered. And in terms of culture, just because you mentioned, last time I ran an interesting project, and I did find that their pride of working there, I mean, that's like a culture within the work environment, isn't it? And sometimes having those, and you create those, let's say you create your social identity and put that forward to your work environment. I mean, it could be based on having a very collaborative social identity. Could be sometimes enhanced by the logos of the space. I'm trying to think of the cheapest way of doing it. But as a solution, I wouldn't just determine the design, but I will try to make sure the organization has a stronger identity by different activities and make them feel more as a one group of people than individual. And I think that's when they will actually react more comfortably, work better in the same space, like meeting everyone's needs. Because now they're like one identity people.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree also from a design lens. I think when you design for the edges, then you lift like the options for everybody. So that's definitely something that you can do. But I think also to challenge a little bit how different everyone is. Every project that we start with a multinational organization in another country will be different, but we work differently in this country. And yes, there are some nuances, but there are lots of commonalities. And I think to actually find the true thread, especially around kind of feeling together, feeling like one around a question around culture, I think is the most important thing. So that yes, we can find the edges, but also to see and reflect from each other how similar we actually are. With patterns of work,
patterns of work style. And also, the other way to leverage this, and we do this internally as well, is through affinity. So groups of interests or specific topic areas to start creating kind of channels for them to connect. I think that's really important so that, yes, you can celebrate your differences, but still come together as one company casually.
I kind of want to shift gears a little bit by incorporating in question number 6, because when we talk about individuals, there's a tendency of collecting like a huge amount of data, collect data from every single person. But I guess the question is like, if you're collecting all of this data and not just data from people, but data from the building, data from the environment, heat, air quality, all these different data, so much data. And yet people are still feeling stressed out, people are still feeling uncomfortable. What is it that we're missing?
That's a I mean, I can give you my opinion. I think we talked a lot about data, lots and lots of data. What we use most of that data for, my team is focused a lot on there was a lot of speakers already today about AI. And so these AI tools that everyone uses are great, but they're trained on just this generic data from the internet, right? And so what we're trying to do with these data sets is also create really local, specific, personal kind of data about an environment or person, so that we can give them recommendations on how they can make their life better. So instead of just designing, offices and conference rooms and things as a one-size-fits-all, we instead create a diversity of spaces, and then we kind of push people towards the spaces that are going to help make them the most comfortable. So we have a project that kind of focuses on using smartwatches to also send messages to a person, not just ask them questions, but also send them a prompt that says, hey, you usually like it quiet. There's a quiet space over in this other area that you don't know about, perhaps. And we've been testing this. It kind of works, kind of doesn't, but we think that maybe that's a type of method that you could, just like your smartwatches tell you to take some steps or stand up or do breathing exercises if you're a stressed out professor. It could also nudge you to go to a space that better meets your needs potentially. So is that a pipe dream? I think a little bit, but something that we're working on in the research community.
I think also just to Lara's point earlier, it depends on what the question is. So if it's limited budget, I think if we think of Maslow's hierarchy, right? If you're Google and everything is like present for free at your workspace, you've got food, you've got massage, you've got like a herb garden on top. The one thing you spend limited budget on is very different from some of the other companies where we've worked with, where say they have like 80% women, but the distribution between male and female toilets on every floor is still the same. And so it's like, oh, we need an extra toilet. Like, I think the question around like where you're at is very important about how you spend limited budget. And that's why to ask the right question about the company at that point in time is probably the most important thing to have an impact on how well staff feel heard and then supported in the workspace.
So on the topic of limited budgets, and looking at this question specifically, if you had a limited budget, this is to anyone who would like to respond, what is that thing that you would spend money on?
Academics are not great at answering questions about limited budgets. We usually have crazy complex screens. I don't know, maybe that's.
It's not a clean my answer is adaptability is the key thing here. It's like the thread that keeps coming out. Adaptability and individual differences, I think, are the two key themes that come out everything that we've said across all answers. So that's not one particular design solution per se that your budget would go on, but I think I would say that's the key goal that limited budget intervention should be aimed towards.
I couldn't have said it better.
Okay, great. And then I guess this may go already answered this question, but what do you think is the barrier for organizations to create spaces that promote well-being, promote health, promote good work? Maybe it's just money.
I think sometimes it's about just not taking time to ask. Like sometimes it's like, oh my god, did you see you could just put that like new ping pong table in on the pole, and then like it becomes such a story of like differentiation and brand positioning that other companies feel like, hey, we're trying to recruit the same engineers, why don't we put the same design solutions in? And it doesn't work. Like actually, it may not work from a company perspective, from a country perspective, and I think so. Without asking kind of the right question, you're not going to get the right solution. And I think that's sometimes it's not just limited budget, it's just awareness about like why are we doing it.
I also think it's disconnect between these different groups, whether it's the developer, to the architect, to the users, to the post-occupancy, to the facilities managers, that it understandably because there are so many facets at play and it's hard to have this conversation together, but I think it can really stem from that not being a loop system where, you know, everyone is kind of coming back to the same data sources or goals or user experience needs or things like that.
Okay, I'm getting a bit of a sign, so I think we'll have to end there. I'm sure everyone is very much looking forward to lunch. If you have any questions for us, we will be around a little bit longer, and thank you all for your time. Okay, thanks.
So, talking about appreciation, if I can just
hang around on the station, you can actually have
It's very kind, thank you.
oh. And
Yes.
Thank you so much.
we have quick photo first. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, yep. Okay. You need to help me more? Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. So I guess you all know what is coming up next is lunch. For those who are in the room and those who are in the other room, a few announcements. Time now is 12:55. Be back in the room here at 1:55 with 1 full hour. That's what we're pushing for the afternoon session. Okay, so we'll get appropriate time tomorrow. Take photos at the photo booth, upload it on the conference app. Just be back here at 1:55. Thank you.
Mama, do you mind helping us? I think they're going up. Go up. And you can see the logo. Oh, wow. Hey, Teresa. Oh, come ladies. 我们跑，没事。 Who else should I? Can see your logo, right?
Why don't you all some sit, some stand? Easier.
You come up with formation. Don't waste time, hurry up. I have button there. Hurry up. Don't waste time, don't waste time.
Very nice.
We see closer. Better see closer. Closer gets a lot more mind.
Let's see closer. Yeah, see closer.
We centered.
Sorry, you don't mind me.
How do we look? Pretty enough for everybody.
Very pretty. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more.
Hey, cozy one. Cozy one.
1, 2, 3. Last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank you.
Just check it out first.
Thank you.
See whether
Thank
right or not.
Super duper. I'll share it in the group chat.
You want to run through不用，爱吃。Hello.
But I think AI is more and enhance workplace experience and from summons to solutions, organizing AI for breaking down HSP silos with AI. Real-time feedback from working smarter with AI. Logic AI. Tomorrow one is scary true. I effective and sustainable implementation of AI and human centered design. So it's implementation, so to make sure that your role of control in society. So Alex is here, Alex. Transforming non-farm facility ideas through AI. How wearables can protect workers from mental and health stress. Turning SDRs into action. Practical AI use case. Oh, and read. I thought he's doing the one on what else?
Shadow get on. Yeah, wait, that's not looking. Oh my. get like. All right. Try to make it. Let me try to prepare and see what you do. Okay.
I'm talking about the RT. This is a test which is 1, 2, 3, coming to left and here.
Yes, I'll be trying.
Hope that everybody is enjoying your lunch right now and having a good conversation with friends catching up. However, public announcement, the photo booth at the corner of the exhibition hall is feeling a little lonely. So grab a couple of friends, head over there and have a photo and keep it as a memory. The photo booth is going to stay open throughout lunchtime, so make your way there and have a memory. Thank you. Right. I believe by now, most of us have something to eat or drink. maybe so much. So 5 minutes back to the room, and we shall start after this session. 5 more minutes. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I'm so glad that after lunch, I'm still seeing at least 15% of you all having fun. Right, we will take our seats and settle down. We shall begin the afternoon session. Okay. Before we begin the afternoon session, and for those who are in the conference room right now, you are in for a little treat. Okay, a little treat. Because I'm going to play a game with you all. Okay? And the game comes with a prize, and I think the prize is actually quite significant. And I'll tell you what the prize is. The game goes like this, and I think some of you have played this before. Here I don't hold a note. And on this note, I have the last two digits over here. Anyone in the room can raise their hands to select or to call a number and tell you higher or lower. The person that hits the number itself will get a prize. And I'll tell you what the prize is later. Alright? Is this note over here? This note over here, let me okay, so who wants to start the ball rolling with a two-digit number between and 99? Show of hands. Take a prize. Yes. 27 higher. Anyone else? Yes. 53 lower. Yes. 45 lower. Sorry? 35 lower. Hold on. So what do we have right now? Between 25 and 35. Sorry, still a hand over that side. Yes. 28. 28 higher. Yes, 9. 30. Hands down, hands down. Try reading, cannot try, sorry. 30. Lower. Yes, man over there. Yes. 29. Bingo. All right. What will be your prize? I will need your help to actually approach the table. Okay? The prize is you will be given a special promo code to register for next year's conference at 30% discount from the early bird price. So you are going to be registering at the cheapest possible rate, and I'll be announcing on next year's conference at the end of the day. Okay? So look out when I say play game, the price really the price on that. Okay, not from sorry, just check, verify. Somebody, not a page. Somebody. The note very nice. Okay, alright, verify. Alright, okay, now that I got your whole attention, eyes on me right now. Thank you. I hope everybody had a good lunch. We have a very packed schedule, and I know that you also know that we are running a little tight schedule. I hope you all don't mind, as long as it's beneficial for yourself, for your furtherance, for you know of the industry, gain some knowledge, make some friends, chat with people, get new network, and I think that's all the purpose of what this is about. Before I level some more, I will invite our next speaker. They come from the Ministry of Manpower, and we've got two speakers over here. We have Mr. Josh Yo and Dr. Joshua Quack. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Joshua, Medical Officer in the Ministry of Manpower's Occupational Safety and Health Division. On behalf of the team, thank you for the invitation to speak, and thank you all for being here. My topic today is one that may receive comparatively less attention compared to the more visible incidents of workplace safety, which are occupational diseases. Over the next 25 minutes, I will set out the recent changes to how Singapore recognizes and covers occupational diseases, what has changed, the reasoning behind it, and most relevant to this audience, what it may mean for the practice and management of the company. Understanding these changes will help set the backdrop for much that will be discussed over this conference. Let me begin with the definition. This is drawn directly from our legislation. In plain terms, an occupational disease is an illness a worker develops as a result of exposure to chemical or biological agents in the course of their work. The second schedule defines a list of 38 diseases, which I'll show you shortly in later slides. Some examples: the first two, noise-induced hearing loss, and work-related musculoskeletal disorders, will be well known to you, two of the most common occupational diseases in Singapore and even worldwide. Diseases caused by excessive heat is the formal term for conditions such as heat exhaustion and heat stroke. The list also covers poisonings, such as by lead, by benzene, etc., and certain cancers, such as malignant mesothelioma. Occupational diseases are, by their nature, often very hard to see until it becomes severe. And by that point, the damage is already done. Serious cases can result in permanent disability, yet there's an important counterpoint, and it is the reason we are all here today. Occupational diseases can be prevented. A brief word on where this sits strategically. In 2019, we launched WHS 2028, the National Roadmap for Workplace Safety and Health. The central element is the vision at the top. A healthy workplace, a healthy workforce in safe workplaces, and a country renowned for best practices in workplace safety and health. Among the strategic outcomes under WHS 2028 is minimizing the hazards that lead to occupational diseases, with a corresponding recommendation to expand occupational disease through prevention efforts. This goal expand occupational disease prevention efforts. This goal was turned into a concrete legal change. Two pieces of legislation gave effect to this policy. The first is the Workplace Safety and Health Act, the WSHA, in force since 2006, where it replaced the former Factories Act. It sets out the responsibilities for occupiers, employers, and principals to take reasonably practical measures to ensure the safety and health of persons at work. Its purpose is to prevent incidents and illness at work. The second is the Work Injury Compensation Act, WICA, in force since 2008, replacing the Workmen's Compensation Act. Its purpose is to ensure that employees receive compensation for work injuries in a fair and expeditious manner. One notable development in recent years is that from 1st January 2025, both acts were expanded to extend the same duties and compensation to platform operators and platform workers. Here's the main point for this presentation. With effect from 1st December 2025, the second schedules of both the WSHA and WICA were revised to strengthen worker protection. There are two major expansions. Disorders, or WMSD in short, beyond the upper limb. Disorders were recognized. Coverage now extends to the spine and lower limbs, since these two can arise from occupational exposure and should be compensable. This aligns Singapore with international practice. Jurisdictions such as France and Germany already recognize these conditions as occupational diseases. The second is occupational infectious disease, focused on high-risk settings such as health, laboratory, and research environments, where exposure to infectious agents is inherently more frequent and directly related to work. For today's purposes, I'll focus on WMSD as the change that most of you have encountered in your. Alright, are two QR codes, one linking to the ministry's, one to the accounting FAQs. I'll pause here for anyone who wishes to get. No worries, we will flash these QR codes at the end of the presentation as well. And you can always look it up on our website. Okay, moving on. Let me elaborate on this with some examples. Before 1st December 2025, only musculoskeletal disorders of population were covered in the second schedule. Conditions such as carpal tunnel syndrome, tense elbow, rotator cuff tendinitis, equipment sphenocytovitis, and trigger finger are some examples. Don't need to remember the names, it's okay. From 1st December 2025, all work-related musculoskeletal disorders are covered, including conditions of the spine and low back disorders such as sprains and strains, lumbar disc herniation, sciatica or radiculopathy arising from irritated nerve. Where workers undertake heavy lifting, bending, or repetitive tasks, which is to say in more physically intensive workforces and workplaces, this change is directly relevant. Beyond the two principal expansions, there are several further adjustments which I'll summarize briefly. Certain diseases were renamed for accuracy. For example, malignant mesothelioma and occupational liver angiosarcoma. The two you are most likely to encounter are noise-induced hearing loss, now the correct term in the case of noise-induced deafness, and chemical poisoning, now expressed as poisoning by acid substance, for instance, poisoning by arsenic, which can make them easier to locate in the reporting system. Two conditions were also removed from the list: poisoning by carbon dioxide gas and ulceration of the corneal surface of the eye, as these arise more from accidents rather than sustained exposure. They remain compensable under WICA as work injuries rather than occupational diseases. Finally, the two acts are now aligned to cover the same 38 occupational diseases, so every disease reportable under WICA is compensable under WICA. This simplifies both reporting and compensation. This is a harmonized second schedule as it stands from 1st December 2025. For ease of reference, it has been reorganized by type of region, by target organ system, and then by occupational cancers. The full list is available as mentioned later on in the QR code links, which we'll provide at the close. And this slide is just meant to show you the breadth of our coverage of OTs. The marked entries with stars are those that you are most likely to encounter in practice. Now, the reporting obligation carries legal force. It underpins accountability, timely compensation, and where necessary, proper investigation. Two parties are required to report OTs. The doctor first, on certifying that the worker has contracted an occupational disease, he must file a type report within 10 days. It should indicate the diagnosis in memo or medical certificate. That written diagnosis then passes on to the employer or platform operator, who likewise has 10 days to report, submitted online through the iReport portal. This obligation is not discretionary. A failure to report is an offense under WICA, which can be a fine up to $10,000 for the first offense and up to $20,000 for imprisonment for subsequent offenses. When the diagnosis reaches you, the clock starts and the reporting period begins. And reporting is not and should not be the end of the process, but rather signals the start of it. It should trigger investigations into the gaps and reducing the risk for your other workers. To support implementation, the WHS guidelines on the diagnosis and management of occupational diseases were revised in September 2025 in line with the legislation changes. They provide practical guidance for both doctors and employers. The link is on the slide. They will be regarded as a practical companion to the legislation. So those are the main changes. With regards to WRIC, is this really a problem that warrants such attention? Let's look at the numbers. We have quite a high rate of occupational disease in Singapore. We had 1,028 cases of OTs in 2025 alone. And this is the breakdown of types of OTs. As you can see, WRIC is the second highest cause of occupational disease in Singapore. So which sectors are most at risk? We found that the three largest contributing sectors are the health and social services, manufacturing, and transport and storage. Many of you work within or directly alongside these sectors. With the spine and loading now within scope and our efforts to increase awareness, which my colleague George will share later, we are likely to see an increase in the number of OTs. The burden of other WRICs beyond the upper limb is also significant. Low back pain merits particular attention. Approximately 80% of adults experience it at some point in their lives. And in 2022, the World Health Organization ranked low back pain as the leading cause of disability worldwide. It's important to recognize what this represents. Importantly, low back pain is not merely a sore back. It affects workers' mobility, the capacity to work, mental well-being, and quality of life. For a worker who is the consequences is considerable. That is the human cost behind the statistics. And the business pays at every front. Lost days with absenteeism, lost output through presenteeism, and the downstream toll of claims and insurance. This is the case for a much needed expanded definition of direct risk into our OB list. What then drives this at work? The principal factors are well established. Heavy and frequent lifting, repetitive work, forceful movements, awkward postures involving twisting and bending, prolonged static positions, including and the greatest risk actually arises when two or more of these factors combine. I would invite you to consider your own workplace and how many of these are present. Where one or more is present, action is warranted. That leads to an important question. Is the cause always work? Suspense in the pause, but the answer is back pain and WRSD in general is multifactorial. A range of factors have no connection to the job. Age, gender, previous injury, physical fitness, and so activities outside of work, including household and hobbies, all of which load the same body. When a case arises, the task is then to distinguish the occupational from the non-occupational. It is ideally a collaborative exercise. It begins with the doctor, the clinical and occupational history, the examination, establishing both the medical picture and the nature of the work. It then proceeds to the exposure assessment. We have trained personnel like ergonomists and industrial hygienists to conduct the observations, posture assessments, measurements, and workplace visits, which is the ideal case. If not, provide the doctors with the relevant information of exposures at work, such as from your HR, safety officers, and supervisors. Taken together, this allows non-occupational cases to be excluded or waived, and only then is a fair evidence-based determination of what relatedness is made. And in practice, it won't be this deep or linear process. Information can arrive at different times from different people, and the picture shifts as it comes together to determine work relatedness. So when a case is described as assessed as work-related, it is not only based on the diagnosis of the disease, but also an assessment of work and exposure risk. This is best done as a combined assessment from a doctor, an ergonomics and hygienist, each examining the problem from a different angle. What does this mean in practice? For those responsible, this translates into four main implications. First, greater attention to manual handling. Lifting, carrying, and repetitive tasks now warrant closer scrutiny as the musculoskeletal disorders they affect not only the upper limb, but also the back and lower limbs, which are now formally recognized as occupational diseases. Second, conducting ergonomic risk assessment. Risk assessment should now consider back and lower limbs and assess the physical demands of the job holistically. The purpose is to identify where the real risks are before it results in disease. Businesses may enlist the help of ergonomists and hygienists or train competent staff to do so. Third, implementing control measures. An assessment has value only if it leads to action. This means addressing the risk at the source. Redesigning the task, introducing aids, and adjusting the workflow are some examples. I will return to what these controls look like in practice later in the session. And fourth, reporting a diagnosed WRSD. Where a doctor makes a diagnosis of WRSD, it must be reported. Taken together, because these conditions are considered based on a hierarchy of controls, they are the most powerful options, but they are not always feasible. In practice, the most commonly applied here is engineering controls, which still can be highly effective as they change the work itself. Examples may be mechanical lifting aids, height adjustable platforms to reduce overhead and low-level work, and ergonomic tools to keep the joints in a neutral position. Administrative controls change how the work is performed. Examples are job rotation, mandatory rest breaks, sensible weight limits, education of workers on safe practices and risks, and a culture where symptoms are reported early. Personal protective equipment, such as knee and elbow pads, grip and hand gloves, comes last and deliberately so. It protects the worker without addressing the hazard. The best way is actually design a hazard talk. Central to the theme of this conference, technology and AI is also opening to promising avenues. Exoskeletons, like the one shown on the screen, augment the worker's strength and provide support during lifting, carrying, and overhead work. AI robotics, automation of processes, may also reduce or even remove exposure to heavy, highly repetitive tasks, making elimination controls increasingly achievable and feasible in practice. The benefits are meaningful, such as reduced strain and fatigue, lower WRSD risk, and fewer fatigue-related accidents. They also make a physically demanding role accessible to more diverse workforce, enabling those who are smaller, older, and those returning from injury to perform the work safely. That represents prevention and inclusion in a single measure. Allow me to illustrate how the changes and concepts I talked about apply with two work examples. Individuals who will present at the clinic on your website. The first is a 40-year-old assembly worker with numbness in the hand and upper limb disorder. And the second is a 45-year-old warehouse worker with low back pain, a spinal disorder. In each case, the question is, what is the most appropriate response? Just some more details on the first case. An assembly worker of 5 years, his main role is handling small components with a manual screwdriver, now presenting a numbness and pain of the palm and index finger, which is worse at night, improves at weekends and away from work. The diagnosis given by the doctor is mouth carpal tunnel syndrome, which he assessed as work-related and reported. The response has 3 main elements: and report to the ministry within 10 days. Second, investigate. Examine the workstation and tools to identify poor ergonomics such as manual tools, high repetition, awkward wrist posture, and minimal task variation. Third, rectify. Investigating and identifying the risk, implement control measures, update risk assessment, and critically monitor that the corrective measures are effective. This follows the plan, do, check, and act cycle. As for controls, consider the more effective elimination and substitution controls first, if feasible. Automation and product redesign are some examples and some ideas. Then look at the engineering controls, like a powered screwdriver in this case, and appropriate workstation height and jigs to reduce the required force. Followed by administrative measures such as task variation, training, scheduled rest breaks, and early symptom reporting. Like many WRSDs, if managed early, mouth carpal tunnel syndrome is a matter of workstation adjustment. If left unmanaged, it can result in permanent disability. Moving on to the next case. A warehouse worker of 8 years engaged in repetitive lifting of 10 to 15 kilogram boxes, presenting a progressive low back pain that worsens during shift and improves on rest days. The diagnosis is once again a lumbar strain due to work, repetitive lifting at work, and the doctor reported as a bookie. The same principles of reporting, identifying hazards, and implementing control measures applied from the previous case apply here as well. So what might the controls look like for a case like this? For elimination and substitution controls, fully automating the picking process removes manual lifting entirely. Alternatively, replacing heavy boxes with lighter packaging units or smaller load sizes reduces the burden at source. Engineering controls comes next. Mechanical lifting aids and hoists take the load off the worker. High adjustable shelvings keep lifting within the safe zone, and ergonomically designed handles reduce awkward posture during the lift. And finally, administrative controls are quite similar: job rotation, training, and early reporting. I want to focus a bit more on training for this case. Everyone receives general ergonomics awareness as a baseline, but where a suspected problem exists, training needs to go further, especially job-specific training. So here we have different roles, different levels of training, but all of it necessary. To elaborate, the warehouse people needs job-specific training, like proper lifting technique, recognizing early symptoms, using the mechanical aids available to them, and understanding the risk factors of their role. This matters because workers often cope quietly for years, adapting around the discomfort until the symptoms become severe. The early training gives them the knowledge to identify risks and apply safer techniques consistently before the damage is done. A supervisor is training too, and for a different reason. Supervisors are uniquely positioned to change work patterns immediately, even before engineering controls are in place. They need to know how to spot and manage ergonomic risk in real time, not just respond after an injury is reported. And the overall ergonomics team requires the deepest training of all, the skills to systematically identify risk factors, assess their severity, and design effective controls. This returns us to the central principle: identify cases early, assess what risk rigorously, and address not only the worker, but the work itself. That concludes my portion of today's session. Thank you. Now I hand over to my colleague who will speak about proactive measures being taken on the corporate hygiene front and overall key takeaways from the presentation.
Right, thank you, Dr. Joshua. So, good afternoon. I'm George, specialist from the Occupational Hygiene branch at the Occupational Safety and Health Division of MOM. So, it's my pleasure today to be sharing with you on the Enhanced Workplace Health Surveillance Program. It's a program that we are trying to push Singapore's industry towards, especially for the small and medium enterprises. So, for our international audience, I hope this will be useful insights for you as well. So I will first introduce you to the workplace safety and WHS workplace health surveillance first. Then I'll move on to the enhanced version, WHS Plus. And finally, our resources via QR codes that I'll show you that will help with your compliance work. But if you run out of time, don't worry, the slides will be shared with you through the organizer. Now, before we begin, we need to first talk about why these matters and why you should care. Well, workplace health surveillance is a legal requirement that will help you and your company minimize the risk involved for workers develop occupational diseases. So, as shared by Dr. Joshua earlier, these risks are often visible when it's just started to develop, and when it shows the harm will have to be irreversible. So, for workers, including yourself, these diseases can cause long-term harm. And for businesses, these claims can cause compensation costs as well as productivity losses. Now, and for many of you, which I believe, the workers' availability also affects your KPI directly. So, our focus today is on two main workplace health hazards: hazardous substances, also known as toxic substances, and excessive noise. So, it can cause harm to workers' health. Actually, you want to control these hazards, but to control something, you need to know when it occurs and how much it occurs. So that appropriate control measures can be implemented to protect workers. We can do this in two ways. One is to monitor the workplace, and the other is to monitor the workers' health. So when we talk about hazardous substances, we often think of what is familiar to us, what sounds dangerous to us. For example, benzene exposure by petrol pump attendant can cause cancer in the form of leukemia. But what about flood? Because can develop because lung, a form of occupational asthma as well. So what I'm trying to say is occupational hazard can occur anywhere in the workplace, even when you do not realize it. And what about excessive noise? A worker may be working with noisy machineries such as air gun, dryers, and even if maintenance work in a data center filled with servers running at maximum speed. So these workers can develop noise-induced hearing losses. So to summarize, workplace health surveillance is comprised of two components. The first is hygiene surveillance, where we monitor for chemical and noise levels at the workplace. And the second is medical surveillance, where medical examinations are performed on workers to monitor the biological exposure to these hazards. Together, these two components allow us to detect the risk early and intervene before irreversible harm occurs. Now, to be clear, there are a wide range of workplace health hazards that the workers can be exposed to. So at Day1, we have developed a suite of targeted workplace health programs to build industry capabilities and drive ownership. These programs and accompanying guidelines have been developed in close collaboration with the industry to make sure that they are calibrated and effective. So each program provides structured guidance to help companies manage specific health hazards systematically and effectively. So we encourage you to access these contents on the Workplace Safety and Health Council website if you have already done so. So for today, I will just focus on sharing on the WHS in areas of hazardous substances and excessive noise. Now let me just quickly touch on some of the requirements for monitoring requirements for toxic substances. So two key points that I'd like you to remember is toxic substance monitoring is required for places where the workers are likely to expose to these toxic substances. What toxic substances are we talking about? Legally speaking, these are the substances listed in the first schedule in the WSH General Provision. So in the slide, there are just some examples of the substances, and as you can notice, there's the long-term and short-term exposure limits. The second point to remember is this monitoring will have to be conducted by a competent person. Moving on, for noise monitoring, similarly, workplace where there are more, 10 or more workers exposed to, likely to expose excessive noise, will have to conduct noise monitoring at a frequency of every 3 years. Likewise, these monitoring reports has monitoring will have to be conducted by a competent person with the right tools and technical tools for accurate results. So, realistically speaking, for both noise and toxic substance monitoring, the company can appoint a service provider to conduct monitoring and submit them on behalf of the company. Additionally, we also need to look at medical surveillance program. So if a workplace, workers at workplace are exposed to any of these 19 specified hazards, then the company will have to send the workers first for pre-replacement medical examination or periodic medical examination thereafter at a frequency that is unique to each hazard. And this medical examination has to be done by a designated workplace doctor, also known as DW. So now we will move on to the Advanced Workplace Health Surveillance Program. So this program was a transformation resulted from our updated WSH strategy touched on by Dr. Joshua. So to raise Singapore WSH standards to be among the best in the world, the WSH 2028 report was produced by our special committee in 2019, which outlined key strategic outcomes and recommendations on how to achieve these outcomes. So one of the key recommendations was to expand OD prevention efforts through these 4 points on the slides. The WSH Plus program was formed to aim to tackle point 1 and point 4, which is to encourage companies to adopt upstream risk controls, and at the same time increase surveillance to more cases. There are 3 key shifts that we wanted to make. The first was to extend the surveillance footprint. So we shift and we wanted to actively identify and risk companies to come under our surveillance program instead of allowing them to self-regulate. Secondly, we want to increase the emphasis on implementation of upstream risk controls instead of allowing companies to simply rely on administrative controls and PPE. And lastly, we are prepared to use stronger enforcement levers so that we drive more changes to the workplace. Now, to push these changes under the WHS Plus program, this WHS Plus consultation audit program was introduced. So the program targets high-risk workplaces and aims to help them manage the workplace health as a 3-stage process. The main beneficiaries of WHS Plus are small, medium enterprises, which may need more help due to their limited resources. At the first stage, the companies are made to conduct a gap analysis where they will identify gaps in their own occupational hygiene programs. So the in-house team with relevant training and experience, all competent persons with the required skill sets should be appointed to carry out this gap analysis. In the second stage, the company will be required to close the gap by making relevant improvements in the program. For example, they may have engineering controls implemented to close the gap on certain processes, or at minimum, they need to change the type of use to ensure that they are effective. In the last stage, if companies are subjected to the safety and health management system audits, which are typically larger companies, so the gap analysis checklist will have to be provided for audit during their SHMS audits. So what we stress in this program for companies is that they will have to make effort to explore upstream risk controls, especially engineering controls, which are often assumed to be expensive. We want companies to believe and realize that often effective control can be inexpensive. So let me take some more time to share about the first two stages of the gap analysis and how to make improvements. So to help companies conduct gap analysis, what we did was to provide them with a specific checklist of things, key things that they are required to have certain assets that will fix. So let's use a noisy workplace as an example. Okay, a noisy workplace is required to implement what's known as a hearing conservation program, where there are these things for company to do. However, sometimes the company may not may not realize that they need to do certain things. So by having a checklist, the company can do it systematically. Now, sometimes the company needs out certain elements required. So one of the things that companies are unsure is whether some processes are considered noisy group process. And therefore, what we have done is we have created a common list of noisy group processes to help companies identify noisy group process if they fail to do so. The other two questions that companies always have issues with is they do not realize their monitoring requirements. So with the questions on noise monitoring as well as volumetric monitoring, company can clear on what's required of them. One last question also deals with the reporting requirement for OE cases, specific to noise that will be noise-induced hearing loss cases. So, if you are in a position and you realize that your company has workers that has not reported, please report them soon. So, after conducting the gap analysis, the company may find that there are improvements that they can make in their control measures that may be continuing our example of the workplace. The company might find that there are suitable upstream risk control that they can implement to reduce noise exposure to their workers. Some example of upstream risk controls in noise case are installing silencers of noisy equipment, air guns, installing of noise barrier between noise source and workers, as well as noise isolation chamber for workers if it's applicable. Now, the companies are also encouraged to engage consultants or competent persons to explore effective noise controls measures which will help. Hand of PPE is indeed the last line of defense. Often use hearing protectors that do not have applications such as noise reduction rating and control. And companies also do not realize that different noise hearing protectors offers different degree of attenuation and will require a discount of their attenuation known as the rating process. And this can cause a discount range of 25 to 70% in terms of the attenuation performance. the hearing protectors. So on how to do this de-rating can be found in QR code. So to conclude, with the WHS Plus implemented, we believe companies, especially SMEs, will have a clear path from CAC to gains, having a systematic approach to improve their workplace safety and health. And if there's only one slide I need you to remember today, is this conclusion that occupational disease don't announce themselves. By the time worker feels it, then already done. So from 1st December 2025, WRMS coverage extends beyond upper limbs to include spine and lower limb conditions. Occupational disease coverage has also been to high-risk segments. And what deafness, NIE, is now termed noise hearing loss, NIHL. So effective management of workplace health hazards depends on companies to take ownership. And the enhanced workplace health surveillance system, WHS Plus, is what we believe to be the key mechanism to support this. So all these changes are more than just administrative updates. They signal a broad change in expectation for employers to be proactive and systematic in protecting their workforce. Safety professionals and employers we believe are pivotal in driving this shift forward. So let me end off my presentation by sharing the resources with you in the form of QR codes. Alright, don't worry if you can't take them all on time. That will be available through the app. Professor and professor can also send them to you. So these are the guidelines that we have. Right. Okay, thank you so much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's go. That sounds really okay.
Okay, look at these. 1, 2. Hold on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Hold on. 1, 2. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Master. Right. So, moving on to our next speaker is the principal consultant from Culture Lab. I think somebody that is quite familiar with a lot of us. Can we invite to put our hands together? Mr. Sun Puchu.
Hello. Earlier in the days, several speakers have shared about AI. And next, I'm going to cover the human factors in AI, because that's where my passion lies, in the human side of safety. Before I begin, I just give a quick intro about myself. I'm a consultant specializing in culture, leadership, and organizational change. Before that, I worked 10 years as a practitioner. I enjoy teaching a lot. Currently, I lecture on psychology and safety leadership. And one area that intrigued me in safety is about mindset change. So I pen my thoughts in a book. And speaking of AI, recently I had lunch with my friend Sam, who worked as a safety manager in the construction industry. And during our meetup, he pulled out his new gadget. This company installed AI-assisted cameras in the site. And these cameras can detect non-compliance behaviors and send alerts to his phone directly. It can tell him who deviated from procedures, when, where, and what is the nature of the behavior. These companies installed 12 of such cameras. Make a guess, how many findings did these cameras capture in one day? $100 at least. These cameras captured more findings in a day than his team of 3 persons can capture in a week. So when Sam presented these findings to the management, his management was shocked. Why so many violations? And then they give Sam a simple goal. The number of violations must decrease over time. So Sam filled out the false alarm, and he focused mainly on 3 E's: engineering, education, and enforcement. Some unsafe behaviors disappeared, but many of them returned. Because AI, even though it can detect behaviors very powerfully, it cannot answer one fundamental question. Why did this behavior make sense to the worker at the moment? To answer why this question matters, let me share a lesson I learned early in my career. My first job out of school was a safety engineer in the shipyard. So one day I was conducting inspection on the main deck. I saw a contractor worker wearing safety glasses like this. So I gestured to him, hey, please put on your safety glasses properly. And then he obliged. And then the second day, I saw him again. Also like that. So I put him aside and then I asked him, hey, what's your name? Rahul. And I said, Rahul, do you see people doing shipping work, hammering work nearby or not? These debrisers can fly off into your eyes. You want to get blind now? Okay, please wear your glasses properly. I want you to go home safely. Have I done my work as a safety or And a few days later, I saw Rahul also like that. This time out, I was pissed. Not only did he have poor safety awareness, he was stubborn as well. So I wanted to go and tell him off. But then I become curious. Why did he want to do it that way? So I calmed down. And then I approached him and I talked in a nice way. Hey, Rahul, I saw you wearing safety glasses like this several times already. What happened? He didn't say anything at all. He just removed his safety glasses and passed it to me. When I examined the safety glasses, I found that it was badly scratched. So I asked him, these glasses cannot be used anymore. Why don't you replace it? And he said, my supervisor said, first pair free, second pair $10. I need to send money back home. I got no money for safety glasses. When I listened to that, I felt about him. So I told him, I will do something for you. So I went back to my department, I told my safety manager, he was furious. On the spot, he prepared a memo to be sent to contractor companies, informing them of their PP obligations to the contractors, to their workers. So this memo was sent to all the contractor companies. A few days later, I saw Rahul again. This time around, he was wearing safety glasses like this. And when he saw me, this is what he did. I felt I've done my role as a safety and health professional. So, unsafe behaviors are not the problems. They are symptoms of the problem. Because beneath every unsafe behavior, you will find one or more of these factors. After accident happens, we call them root causes. But at the behavioral stage, I just call them inducing factors because they drive unsafe behaviors. In order to fix a behavior, we have to uncover these factors, the correct one, and then remove them. Otherwise, it's like moving the roots. It keeps growing back. Diagnose his behavior as due to education, reminders, and coaching that behaviors keep returning. This behavior was caused by system. In particular, the PP replacement policy of this company. When I changed that policy to my boss, that unsafe behavior disappeared. Behavior can also be caused by culture. Once I went into the machine shop, I saw this PP signage at the entrance. I stepped into the workshop, I saw a worker operating machines without wearing his safety glasses. And then I approached him and then I said, "What happened to your safety glasses?" And he gave me that look. Like I was asking a stupid question, you know. And then he said, "Nobody wears safety glasses here. Even management doesn't wear." The behavior was driven by culture. I've also went into workshops where everyone was wearing safety glasses except one or two. And then when I approached the one or two and asked them, "Why aren't you wearing safety glasses?" Their answers tend to be very similar. "Don't worry, it's only for a few minutes." Accident won't happen to me. I'm always very careful. I've always done it this way. Or I know safety is important, but just this time. So in these cases, behavior is driven by attitude. And the thing about AI is that it excels in capturing unsafe behavior better than all of us can. But it cannot see why certain behaviors. Without uncovering the causes, we risk addressing the symptoms rather than the actual causes. And one challenge is that when we try to intervene behavior, we tend to when you observe supervisor and manager intervening unsafe behavior, which factor do you think it tends to focus on? It's attitude. And it is natural because of our psychology. In the book Thinking Fast and Slow, Daniel Kahneman, he shared that when we make decisions, we use two systems. One is called System 1, fast thinking. Another is called slow thinking. Fast thinking is intuitive and effortless. Slow thinking is analytical and effortful. To understand how they work, I give that analogy. These two systems are like systems inside the cockpit. Fast thinking is like an autopilot system. It's at the forefront. It is fast, efficient, it can help us handle more problems that we face every day. But there are problems that fast thinking cannot solve, such as during emergencies. In such a case, you have to call upon slow thinking to make decisions. Slow thinking is like the pilot. It has the brain power. It can evaluate options. It can evaluate the pros and cons and select the best option. This is what our slow thinking involves. So these two systems actually complement each other. They work well a lot of time, but sometimes they don't. I'm going to show you a video. Watch carefully, because at the end, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think this dancing is appropriate?
Yes. Yes.
When I ask students, most of them say it's not appropriate. They say unprofessional, over celebrating. She's disrespecting her partner. One fellow told me he sees absolutely nothing wrong with that. So I asked him why, expecting a deeper analysis. And he said, because when she dances, I enjoy. That was the most honest answer I've heard, but it's not what I'm looking for. I'm going to show you a second video from the same scene. did your opinion change after seeing this video? The same behavior can have different meanings when the context is different. This is the Korean woman volleyball all-star game. So the purpose is not only to have fun, but to entertain the audience. So dancing is not only encouraged, it is expected. So many of us make the wrong decision in this case. If, when you watch the first video, you were to slow down, you find that there are several cues that tells you what is actually happening. Why is there music? And when the music starts, the player seems to know the dance sequence. It's like it's all pre-coordinated. Why wasn't the audience surprised and they are clapping and cheering so loud? Why the other opposing players are laughing? So if we call onto our slow thinking, you will evaluate the situation and make a more accurate judgment. But in reality, this is what happened. Because slow thinking needs a lot of cognitive resources. It is effortful. And we humans, we always try to conserve energy. So what happened? We outsource the thing to fast thinking more than we should. And this is what happened when fast thinking is trying to solve this problem. It will say, not enough information, right? Don't worry, I'll fill in the gaps for you. I'll connect the dots for you. I'll present a good story for you. And this is what he did. Player scores a point. She dances. The opponent was pissed. So she was unprofessional. So this story was simple, it's coherent, but it's wrong. In layman's terms, we call this jumping to conclusion. And this happened in safety as well. Workers behave unsafely. Safer procedure is available. Expectations have been set. Ask ourselves, are we seeing the full picture? In 2010, the R&D group conducted a large-scale study of safety interventions. It interviewed 2,500 workers across 14 countries. One of the questions asked was, why do you think other workers commit unsafe acts? 82% said it's because they don't want to make extra effort. When the respondents were asked, why do you commit unsafe acts? The answers became interesting. 58% say they were unaware, 11% say they are being rushed, and 10% say they didn't know the safe way. So when unsafe behavior happens to others, we attribute it to their character. But when unsafe behavior happens to us, we take into account of the situational factor. This is human nature. In psychology, this is called fundamental attribution error. Because of our over-reliance on fast thinking and fundamental attribution error, we tend to focus on workers' attitude when unsafe behavior occurs while overlooking systemic and cultural factors. And this has serious implications. When a supervisor saw a worker behave unsafely, the natural impression formed was what? The problem lies with the worker. His attention was spotlight onto the worker, while overlooking situational factors such as the equipment, time pressure, confusing procedure. So when he stepped forward and talked to the worker, he would coach the worker, remind the worker, or even punish the worker. And the same kinds of conversation also take place in meeting room. One manager will say, and then another will say, they know the rules, but they choose to ignore. We have trained them many times, it's still like that. And the conclusion becomes, we need to be tougher on them. And the thing is that AI doesn't fix all these issues. In fact, AI amplifies it. If a company has a lame culture, AI will result in more workers being caught in non-compliance,
more retraining, and more punishment being beat out, the blame culture becomes stronger. But if a company has a learning culture, AI will create more opportunities for learning and improvement. So the issue is the organizational mindset that it determines whether AI is used as a tool to control or as a tool to learn. So, where do you go from here? In order to uncover these hidden factors, we require dialogue. The top dialogue is curiosity driven. So when you see a worker behaving unsafely, slow down deliberately, take a step back and learn about the situation so that we can see the whole picture. And learning always starts with a question. Please walk me through these steps. Help me understand more. How does doing the job this way make sense for you? Or what makes this task difficult? Questions are never neutral. They are faithful because they determine the type of conversations that we will have. That's why the panelist this morning talks about the importance of asking the right questions. So when we ask the right questions, and when the workers trust us, he or she will open up. And he or she may say, don't worry, it's only for 5 minutes. Attitude. If I follow the procedure, I cannot complete the work on time. System. My supervisor said I need to complete work today at all costs. Culture. When the underlying factors not surface, the solutions becomes clear. If it is attitude issue, we need to work on the perceptions and beliefs of workers. If it is system, we need to redesign how work is really done. A strong system makes safe work easy and unsafe work difficult. And if it is culture, we have to step in. Because leadership culture takes what they tolerate and what they reward. And by uncovering the hidden causes, we can allow a more effective behavior change. Because the correct diagnosis is 3/4 of the remedy. I share these recommendations to Sam and conducted a mass dialogue sessions with his supervisors and workers to identify the factors hindering safe behaviors. And he shared that some workers are resistant to change and they complain about everything. But most workers want to do a good job and they help to identify a list of solutions to help improve the workplace. One recurring violation was that workers cut across the driveway without using the zebra crossing. When Sam asked them why, they feedback that the zebra crossing was 50 meters away from the equipment store, and they often have to carry heavy load. So cutting across the driveway makes the work easier. So what's the solution? The project team added another zebra crossing close to the equipment store so that other vehicles will slow down for the workers. And since then, that unsafe behavior almost disappeared. The workers didn't change. It's the system that changed. And this is a shift from enforcement to partnership. So in conclusion, AI cameras give us more eyes, but more eyes doesn't mean more understanding. We still need to go to the ground, have dialogues with the worker, to understand their context. Because safety isn't just about catching people do wrong. It's about understanding why people do what they do and use their insights to fix behavior at their roots. That's how we can achieve effective behavior change. So AI sees the what, we uncover the why, and when we combine both, we can create a workplace where everyone goes home safe and healthy. Thank you. Sorry, organization.
Okay, please 1, 2. Okay, one more one. Hold on. 1, 2. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So the first two culture sometimes need to change, which some of you know that I like to tell stories. I never had a chance to really tell a story today, and somebody heard me a story. I used to work for somebody for a company that's based out of Hong Kong and actually job is here. And my boss over in Hong Kong actually will call my office, fix my staff is not in the office at 9:05. At 9:00. I said, morning traffic, in a bit later. I said, no, cannot, they must be in by 9:00. I said, okay, fine, that's fine. I said, in that case, I'll ask all of them to go home by 6 o'clock or something. Fair enough, right? I said, no, sometimes we need to work a bit later and whatsoever. No, but we want them to be here by 9:00. So they must be home by 6 o'clock. So, fair enough. So, with that, I had to, in a way, educate my boss over there at the time. Say that, give and take a bit, people come a bit later, they will also work later. It's not that we shortchange the company or whatsoever. So I think it took a bit of a while for the boss to understand that sometimes the culture is like that in where we work. So that's my little thing on that, and I totally agree that culture takes a bit of give and take, a bit of understanding, and people to raise it up, first of all, to raise it up so that it can change. Okay, that's my little thing on that. And for our next speaker, we have somebody from overseas as well right now. So representing Tanzania, from Indonesia, we have Thomas Adrian, who will be sharing with us breaking down HSE silos with AI, a real-time framework and team detection to dynamic health risk assessment. So, Thomas.
All right. Okay, hi everyone. So my name is Thomas Adrian, and I'm the Departmental Manager for Pertamina Hulu Indonesia. And first of all, it's very special for me to speak in front of you, ergonomic and industrial hygienists or safety professional and experts, because we work in different fields. But it's related to my presentation today. It's about how we can break down the HSE silos with the help of AI. With the example of we are using live metal detection, which is my field, and turn it into a dynamic or live health risk assessment. Okay. Okay, so this is a brief about me. So I work already 18 years experiences as an environmental specialist and at ESG. And then from 18 years my experience, I already noticed that there are some barriers between the sub-functions within the agency itself. Right? We have the process safety, we have ergonomics, we have industrial hygiene, professional health, safety, and environment itself. Right? But it is not by design or by intention. We just have different regulators, different regulation, and different field and our expertise. Okay. So, but at the same time, I believe that operational excellence means that we can manage every risk that can happen to our workers. We can protect them from all risks. Okay. So this is why I'm here to talk to you about the AI Hub. Okay, so before that, this is for the right context for the presentation. So I work for Indonesia. So our operation is in Borneo Island. We have 11 fields with about 60,000 barrels of oil per day production and around 700 billion cubic feet gas daily. We drill around 180 wells every year and also 7,800 wells intervention job every year with 20,000 something of workers. So the context is offshore and offshore, so more like that. Okay, so this is to make we understand the risk that we have. So this is the example of offshore platforms. So this is the type of our working environment there. It is semi-enclosed. So it's like not open air per se, but it's not very close to, it's not semi enclosed spaces. It is highly compact. It is a dense and highly packed equipment and also compounded risk to all of our workers. So we have the process safety risk, we have the ergonomic risk, industrial hygiene related risk, etc., etc., as well as environmental risk. Okay, so this is the pillar of agency. So I'm sorry, this is a very oversimplified, I know. We have more than this of pillar of agency, but for the sake of presentation, I'll try to make it brief. So I divided it into three agency pillars. The first one is industrial hygiene and occupational health, and the second one is environment, and the third one is process and safety. Right? So we see that each of the elements has their own strength. Right? For example, industrial hygiene focusing on worker health, chemical and physical exposures, and long-term using ADA or HIRA or whatever tools you want to use. Environment, like myself, we are focusing on external ecosystem, waste, water, and spills, right? And also biodiversity. And process and operational safety focusing on preventing catastrophic release, fires, explosion, and also immediate physical injuries. But as you can see, each of these elements has its own connections, okay, intersections. For example, industrial hygiene and environment, we're talking about the same thing, chemical and hazardous substances, right? Those are different. Industrial hygiene focuses on people, while myself focusing on the surrounding environment. For industrial hygiene and process safety and operational safety, it focuses intersection on the same subject, people, but industrial hygiene have a focus on acute and chronic impact. Meanwhile, the operational safety focusing on immediate physical injuries, but the subject are the same people. While environment and process safety, we have same subject, release, but for process safety, it is about asset safety, and then for myself, it's about environment related safety. Okay, so all of the elements, we have to manage all the risks effectively, so our workers doesn't have to worry about it, and it's called operational excellence. Okay, so this is just an illustration about mechanical detection, the subject of our presentation today. So as you can see, there's a visible gas leak from our facility. Okay, so gas leak is being monitored by us, the environment team. Why? Because it is a commitment for oil and gas company to be aligned with OGMP, Oil and Gas Maritime Partnership 2.0. We need to monitor that to access financing from banks. Overseas banks require us to follow this requirement because it is mandatory. Each of oil and gas company doing the maritime release measurement real time. As we know also that gas leak consists of many gases, not only methane, we have also butane, ethylene, toluene, xylene, carbon monoxide, etc. Right? And process safety really have focus on LDL, explosive low explosive. They want to know the LDL percentage. Meanwhile, industrial hygiene is concerned about the defects, occupational exposure leaking. Okay, so basically the same source. We have many markers. We have many focus that can be touched. Okay, so environment have the data for data release by gram per hour, right? Industrial hygiene needs a defects concentration. Usually you guys monitoring it like monthly or quarterly, annually or annually, depending on the risk profile. Environment have data of data release, and process safety need the LDL concentration in a lifetime. Okay, so what if we can change the operational data that environment monitor in life, and then we change it in real time health risk assessment or HIRA for the use. And it is live, and every risk profile is reviewed in a time basis. So our workers not rely on the monitoring, but we rely on the changing based on the real condition. Okay, so this is how AI can help bridges our sub functions. Okay, so this is the same. This is the leak. facility from Ecuador. Okay, we know the direct measurement is taken by the environment, right? And then this is the data from environment. So each of the equipment, we know exactly how many gram methane per hour that we emitted to the atmosphere. Okay, so this data is being inputted into the AI model, whatever AI model you want to use. Okay, next. So we put the metabolic rate, and then we input also the gas composition, because we know each gas composition from each company is different. Sometimes they have 70% of methane, 20% of ethane, etc., etc. Sometimes the composition are changing. Depends on the well and the company itself, right? So we input the real gas composition from the lab into the AI. And then we assume the volume area of our workers. For example, we assume 100 cubic meter, for example. And then we can also determine the ventilation rate. We get it from our monitoring. We know exactly how many, for example, the wind speed, etc., in the direction, right? So with all these three inputs, we can input into the AI, we can train the AI, so they can make directly the OEL and LEL profile in a real-time basis, in case you want to put it into a dashboard. So this is the example. Okay, so top left, I monitor the methane leak, and then we put the gas composition, and then this is directly turned into LEL and OEL percent. That can be changed depends on the nature or the size of the leak real time. So that's how AI can bridges between our sub-functions within the agency. So this is a future opportunity. So this is just one example, guys. I mean, it can be scalable easily. For example, noise monitoring. We know that industrial hygienists monitor noise, right, inside the workplace. I, environmental guy, monitor noise outside the workplace. So together we can create a noise profile, right? And then with the help of AI can define whether there are future, because sometimes maintenance guy don't really know maintenance schedule. But if the noise is become that we can detect it earlier, it can be signed. This equipment can be broken down soon. So we can use the data with the help of AI to send it into the operational data, right? That's monitoring. Industrial hygienist monitor dust. Me, I monitor dust too, but in different places, right? So I have the data outside the workplace, and you guys have the data inside the workplace. Together, we can create a the dust database, and then with the help of the isotope analysis, carbon isotope, nitrogen isotope, oxygen isotope, we can create for each dust location a fingerprint. So, in case there is one workers have sickness to the lungs, and then we can extract the lungs from the cough or the fluid that comes from the nose, and then we can check the isotope, and then we can know exactly the causes from their lungs problem by the fingerprint. So maybe this comes from inside our workplace, or it comes from outside, maybe company nearby, then we detect it through dust monitoring from both sides. And the last one, maybe we can use the AI to help the water effluent monitoring. I mean, environment monitor our waterways, wastewater, right? And then, if something appears in our wastewater quality, it means that there is something really inside. So I can help advising industrial hygienists or safety professionals. There might be something wrong in your facility. It can detect it, it can give you advice that there might be something that doesn't appear in your assessment, this checking. Okay, this is some example of scalability of how AI can bridge between us. And then the current challenge, of course, traditional adoption pattern. Sometimes companies have to adopt this approach because it's not yet proven. So it means that either the management has to step in and enforce it, or all of our frontliners can push it to the management either way. The second one is the AI itself. You know, AI can be really smart or really stupid, depends on how we train it. right? So the stupid AI can give us the result directly, but inaccurate. And it will create a false sense of security if they say it is wrong, or it can make us us making the wrong decision. And also the whole understanding of technical thing, because each of us has different degree, different regulators, that each of us is family, but not that really family, we just need that family gathering. And I hope it's not the case with the help of God. So the conclusion, I believe that operational excellence defined by understanding this level of workers in real time. It means always. So it is not enough to know, oh, this is my environmental risk to say, but every risk and all the intersection we must go to, right? We have to understand, we have to talk about this so they don't have to keep your workers. The second one, the AI can be the bridge between us, different sub-functions. Maybe you guys can use the data from myself, environment, and I can use the data from your expertise itself, the help of AI. And the third one is, we know that cost is the barrier. Sometimes management want to cut costs, meanwhile want to make people working safely. Okay, it is hard because if we want to know exactly the risk, we will take as much as sample we need. Okay, makes sense? But that's not the case. Real world doesn't work like that. So we need to decrease the cost, but to improve the security of the safety of the workers. So AI can be the bridge. I mean, with our exchanging data, with the help of AI, we can create an almost as effective as this level control compared to if we take as much as sample we need. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, hold on. Okay, 1, 2. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Fantastic. Right. So, what's the next activity? You want to break down money all over already. Okay, so let's match our watch right now. It's 3:20, right? 3:20. Shall we come back here to the conference room? Please, be on time. 3:40, 20-minute break. Same thing, exhibition room, 20 minutes, have a round table, come back here, 3:40. Thank you.
Please, you want to bring it home also can? You want us to take photo for you? For them. For them. Ada.
Tadi banyak-banyak tak ada kepala pusing.
Cantik. You ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Have a look, see if it's okay. Oh, you want a long one? Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I trust that everybody had taken a tea break, coffee, teas, and drinks and all. So can I invite those that are back in the hall one and just come back to the conference room right now? Or back here with us at the conference room right now. Right. Where are the rest of the people? Okay, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes we need to guard wash the washroom and all. But time right now is 3:44. We are catching up on time, and hopefully we will be able to end the session by the end of the day, right on time, so that we won't get stuck in the peak evening traffic. Right? Okay. To kick off the afternoon session, we have the founder of Enable Training and Consultancy Private Limited with the topic of working smarter with AI, 3 use cases, 1 conclusion. Put our hands together to welcome Mr. Ali Nadu.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try to do this within 20 minutes to keep to the time. So my name is Parthi Naidu. Parthi Naidu, let me call Parthi.
Do you familiar with this feature? Very popular. When cancer genome that need to be predicted for 10 years or 50 years can be done in 1 year. This is David Hasawi receiving Nobel Prize. But last week, I think he resigned from Google DeepMind. There is a rumor saying that now he do not believe about AI. So that's why if you are in the IT industry, right, now there is a shift when people is hysteria about AI. In this side, actually, we are not afraid. Myself is afraid talking about AI in the stage. But again, still, AI is important. Now, why it is important? This is the data from Ericsson. Next time, my slides are not going to be published with this one. So if you want to take a picture, this is your chance. But for now, I can tell you, this is happening, right? From 2026, this month, I can come up with the idea of cultural intelligence. Yeah, there's a drive for that. There's a knowledge, strategy, and even action. By doing this, CQ, I have 2.3 times higher voluntary compliance. Something like this. If there is non-performance, people willingly to report on incident reporting. When we talking about combining culture and technology. Okay. Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh is the highest reporter of incident or risk observation in all over the world in an accident. You can imagine Sweden have this kind of like, very casual, they want to report everything, even just sitting 2 hours, get back paid, they will report. In our Asian culture, it's nothing like that. Yeah, so that's power distribution index. But if you introduce that to your workers, the concept, and they understand that there is an opportunity for improvement. See, this is the template for different organizations. So current challenge. Everybody knows this, right? Manual ergonomics is time consuming. Last month, my team, 7 people, just looking at 2% to find out why there is MSD in our office using Malaysian checklist guideline. There is no regulation. That's why I'm very interested in Mr. Yoge's product. Imagine 2 weeks just to do this checklist. In Malaysia, they don't have any requirements, only guidelines. Challenge me on that one. Right? Push-through pain, still there. I still very stuck in my mind the hands of the workers that want to get paid at the end of the day because it's daily payment, daily salary. They will work for the money. Right? Inconsistent posture. In the 90s, 98, I was working with a textile company. Textile company back then was UK company. The machine is always this high. And the workers in East Java is only this high. You can imagine when they reach the needle, reach the thread, it's very difficult for them. Right? Low specialist accessing remote and field deployment site. For this one, if you go to that right side, gamified safety tool. Again, sorry, Mr. Yugas, I kind of spotlighting you. That's very good. We just got recognition actually from DOS Malaysia that we introduced technology to do the inspection remotely or remote twin, we call it. And then we can make sure all our subcontractors working as our requirements with less safety officer. It's coming to the social impact of that. When I started in Malaysia 4 years ago, I have 25 safety officers. Now I only have 7. Thanks to AI. That's why people love it. Predictive analytics. It's a feature of our industrial hygiene and cheaper now, actually. In Jakarta, you can go to what we call Glodok, and then you can get some very cheap Chinese microchip, and then you can solder by yourself, and you can make some kind of wearables. I don't know in Singapore, but maybe they're very regulated, right? They're very regulated. But in Jakarta, it's very easy. Right? Now, what is the blueprint there? I come to the core of this. So 5 pillars for building tech and tradition. I'm very afraid to put culture on that one. Just put tradition. So there's 5 of it. First, know your culture first. And this one already proved and I implement this cultural, even in Sri Lanka, in South Asia, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh are different. Bangladeshi in Singapore, they're different acting on board or in the workplace. Okay. Number 2, design for dual language. What I mean here, dual language is not translation of your local language, no. But how your community talk to each other. In Sri Lanka, I found that people is very polite, they don't speak up. always follow the leaders. But actually, if you tick them with something, they talk. More cerewet than orang Indonesia. Okay? Now, anchor time in tradition and deliberately have an AI from cloud 4.2 Haiku. That's a person in Sumatra in the 20s. They're wearing the sock. Do you know why they're wearing sock like that? It's because if you go to the unclean palm area, they will stick your leg if you are wearing this one. So this is the way the supervisor make sure the area of Bulma was clean before harvesting. Do you know they're using helmet in the 20s? That is hard hat actually. Right? So, measure what matters locally. Sweden guy really love report. But what happened, we call it why in my responsibility. So including India and ANZA. It's very mixed culture. Very emerging and very advanced. Measure what matters locally. You know, report from Australia actually mostly is because you trip in the toilet, you're sitting too long in the office. That matters to them. For Malaysian colleagues, if the lunch is late, if there is no nasi lemak, so anchor to them. So I see a lot of people nodding. I hope I'm right. Okay? Lead with storytelling. Well, I don't need to explain this one. All the CEO, all the good public figure, they good at storytelling. But safety officer or EHS officer, one that is responsible to merge tradition and technology, need to have this. Very important. Okay? So key takeaways. You must contextualize your technology, validate your data, and make sure integrate, not just automate. You know, we're not going to keep up with AI. If AI can be described as exponentially, human is just like a person with type 2 diabetes. Very slow. And sometimes brain fog, like me today. Okay? So you can find all the reference there. I'm trying to become scientific about that, but you can check it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, total appreciation. Right. So, thank you very much for your patience all this while. We are coming into the last speaker. We always say we save the best for last, right? Before I introduce the last speaker, a bit of house admin as well. First thing in the day, I actually introduced our Ergonomics Hygiene app. If you could look at the app once again, if you notice on the top right hand side of the app itself, there's 3 dots. Click on the dot, you could actually install it as a code if you have not already done so. So you do not need to scan your QR code all the time. The second thing on the app itself is that you will notice that the slides for the speakers have been updated. those who wants to refer and download those slides, you are able to do so right now on the app. Pretty cool, quite real time. Yeah, so we also improve the app. So there's a little bit more. The third information that I have over there is that if you have been browsing around with the app, you'll notice that we have actually already put up information of our conference for 2027. You are able to sign up as an early bird to get a discount on the early bird price. However, you need to register by end of day 21st August. It is not only specific to those who are over here. If you want to invite your friends, colleagues, and all to register as well, feel free to do so. But do so before the end of day 2359, 21st August. Right? So that's the last of my admin information for the day. Now, coming into our last speaker, he's a representative from IOSH. He has gracefully spoken at this conference previously, and I guess by popular demand that we are inviting him back, he's going to be speaking on the practitioner playbook, merging AI and HSE for global success. Let's put your hands together to welcome Mr. Will Miner.
Do I need the mic or speak loud? Hello guys, how are you all?
So hello, how are you all doing?
All good.
Good, yeah. So the last section, lastly, will not take long, but at the same time, you will be slightly fast because we are running time, right? So what I'm doing now, I'll straight jump to the introduction and why I'm here, where I came from, and you know, as what our organizer mentioned, there is an application you can go, you can find out more about me. So I'm gonna save the 3 minutes and straight jump to our section. It's mainly about AI and what the hell is about business. So when I started speaking probably 15 years ago, I started talking about health and safety, why safety is important, leadership around safety, and you know, now the last 2 years or maybe 3 years, there's a lot of discussion about AI. And my first question when I joined a conference and I started to speak, my question like, hey guys, welcome. Anyone has tried AI? So I asked them, and then I would see like, you know, 10, 15, or maybe 20 people, like, you know, yeah, I tried, I know ChatGPT. Okay, that's good. So now I did a couple of conferences. The last one I did was in Berlin, and I had a chance to visit London as well. It so happened I was in Malaysia 2 weeks ago, and the whole topic changed, right? So we no longer ask like who have used AI. Now the question is there anyone not using AI? So it's a curse. Now, if you don't know AI, you're not using it, it's almost like a curse. And what is EHS or health and safety got to do with AI? I think the most important element, like, we want to prevent accident, right? As a professional, that is our core goals, and we want to ensure that we done it in the most efficient way. Reduce the admin effort, reduce the cost probably, and most importantly, what I'm going to dwell a little bit more today is on how we predict accident and how we manage it. I think those are the key takeaways that I'd like to do. The thing about these slides and what I'm going to show, I was so proud back then because I used to be one of the best PowerPoint designers. So I designed PowerPoint. I steal some of the issue slides, but I hope you don't mind. And it was always great. But now, if I design my own PowerPoint and I go to the conference, people look at me in a very awkward way. It's like, man, oh, you are doing your own slides. You have Copilot to do. So for the first time in my career, I tried to use Copilot. Let me know how it goes. Yeah. So jumping straight to the point, what we are looking here is about where we started from reactive and where we want to go towards preventive. As you can see on the slide, there is a couple of information about the trends and what the organization is doing. And when I did my own survey with some of the professionals and also some of the organizations, this is the result I came. Yeah, you can read it for yourself. Like most of the companies already there. They also have a reduction of accident. There's a lot of great speakers in the past, like and just now also. But we are still like 75% less than that. So why is that so? What are the blocks that is happening and how we can manage them? So I'm gonna go into the detail of exactly what we need to do. There's a lot of introduction, a lot of information around in general sense like what we can do. But probably today I will straight go to the details and try to explain and probably give a case study on what are the things that we can do. Yeah, I'm hoping this. I'm not too far for you all. It's just that I want to make sure that I cover all the key information that I got for you. So you see on the slide, I think it's a representative of where we are in terms of adoption. The other aspect, like whenever we deploy initiative and our core values about preventing accident and or simplifying our work, as simple as that. What are the key challenges normally we face or we go through to not have a successful implementation? So the bottom of the slide will show you some of the examples there. And trust me when I say this, in my 17 project that I work in terms of AI, the number one culprit is always the data. So data quality is something that I felt the most important element when you want to implement AI into EHS. And always when we have a request from the management or when we see some of our competitors trying to implement an AI within EHS, we straight away jump into it and hoping that we will create something similar. I think we should not do that until we know what we are aiming for. Yeah. Example, you want to have like the end goal. So I want to predict the accident in the next 1 week or 2 weeks. You want to see the risk profile in your organization. What you need to have, what kind of inspection that you are doing, what is the outcome of those inspections, what I mean is like, what is the findings, and how the organization or the sites behaving towards health and safety, how the leadership is complying with our governance. And those are the information that we should have as a data, and it's not like 1 month or 1 day data, right? You should have record and should have trend. So that when you put into, for example, when you use Copilot and ask them to run through analysis, they will run through based on the data, yeah? Garbage in, garbage out. I hope you know this term. So